Chapter 1366. The expression of the 5 Poison Hall assassin as he looked at Ling Xiao was filled with fury. However, within that fury, there was also a strong sense of fear. They had already sent out 2 batches of assassins. In the end, they were all wiped out. The first batch consisted of 5 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and Feng Shidao. In the end, only Feng Shidao survived. The second batch consisted of 2 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins who were good at disguising techniques. In the end, they were also wiped out. Before they died, they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. This was not only a great humiliation, but also extremely terrifying. In the past, their branch had also sent out similar missions. A mere second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was not a difficult task at all. Feng Shidao could handle it alone. But this time, they had encountered huge trouble. The most terrifying thing was that this person had actually come to their door today. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face and did not release the slightest killing intent. However, his deep pupils and devilish smile still made many people present feel terrified. Haha, you guys are really leisurely. You're here discussing how to deal with me again, right? He actually sat on an empty chair and then took a sip of the wine. These guys really knew how to enjoy life. The wine and delicacies were all top-quality goods. Isn't it good to eat and drink every day? Why do you have to fight and kill? Do you want to die? Finally, Ling Xiao suddenly erupted with a strong killing intent. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming suddenly stood up from their chairs, their faces pale with fright. Ling Xiao, what do you want to do? Jia Tianfeng was obviously a little flustered. His usual calm and confident appearance was completely gone. What do I want to do? I taught you a lesson before to let you know the difficulties and retreat. I didn't expect you guys to be so stubborn. It seems that this artificial limb is pretty good. Which puppet master helped you make it? I can't tell whether it's real or fake from the outside. And you, Kongming, are your eyes blind, but is your heart blind as well? Peacock Huangzi was crippled because he provoked me. Don't tell me you want to follow in his footsteps? His tone became sharper and sharper, as if sword chi could be released from his mouth. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming could not help but shiver. The 2 of them were actually hiding behind the 5 Poison Hall branch assassins. They were trembling with fear as they looked at Ling Xiao. They had a strong feeling that Ling Xiao had come to kill them today. Moreover, he could make his move at any time. Ling Xiao was extremely dangerous right now. They could not afford to get close to him. Otherwise, they would be setting themselves on fire. Ling Xiao, get this straight. I'm a member of the Righteous Alliance, and this is the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Do you dare to kill me here? Jia Tianfeng suddenly shouted. His voice was very loud, but it was obvious that he was trying to sound tough. The 5 Poisons Hall assassins frowned. They had truly not imagined that Ling Xiao would strike such fear into the mighty successor of the Righteous Alliance. This was truly inconceivable. And me, a member of the Peacock race. When you crippled Peacock Huangzi last time, our race could endure it, but if you keep doing it again and again, you know what the consequences will be. Kong Ming echoed Jia Tianfeng's words. In their view, this was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be as crazy as he was outside, right? I've known all of this for a long time, but so what? Ling Xiao scornfully said. Do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because of this? How long has it been? Have you forgotten how Celebrity Huangzi and Heavenly Rock Huangzi died? And on that night, I even killed Emperor Lord Fengming Wuyang's son, Fengming Heishan. Are you more respected than him? The Jia clan can't possibly endure losing a successor twice. You should understand that their revenge will be even more vicious than the Emperor Lord's. Jia Tianfeng emphasized each word as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know of his important status in the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. He had to say this because he wanted Ling Xiao to know that behind him was the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. Fear caused him to constantly find reasons for his survival. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was a man, he did everything according to his will. He was a lunatic who did everything based on his heart. When Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he directly crippled Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, the two noble descendants of the Ice Phoenix clan. And now, when he returned to the capital, he had killed the Emperor Lord's adopted son, Ji Mingxing, and the great Ping race's heavenly rock Huangzi. There was truly nothing to fear from this fellow. The only thing that Ling Xiao feared was that they also had a man on their side. And so what? Ling Xiao disdainfully chuckled, looking down on Jia Tianfeng even more. As the saying went, one should bear the consequences of one's actions, but Jia Tianfeng wanted to drag his entire clan down with him. Ling Xiao, as long as you don't kill me today, we'll definitely mind our own business. How about it? Jia Tianfeng was truly on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about any sort of threat, so he could only plead. What a pity. If you had done this a little earlier, you might not have died. Of course, you would have had a chance to live today. Ling Xiao took a sip of wine as he indifferently said. What chance? Jia Tianfeng hastily asked as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. It's very simple. Tell me who ordered you to deal with me from behind the scenes. As long as you tell me, I'll immediately let you go and won't make any more trouble for you. Ling Xiao indifferently said. How did you know? No, there's no one ordering me from behind the scenes. In his excitement, Jia Tianfeng had let the cat out of the bag, and then he did his utmost to make up for it. Alas, the mistake of letting the cat out of the bag could not be made up for. If you don't want to talk, then die. Ling Xiao slammed the wine cup on the table. The wine cup did not shatter, but the wine within instantly began to burn, the flames rising and drying up the cup. Ling Xiao, you've gone crazy. This is Ling Yu's residence. Do you know what will happen if you attack me? You'll immediately be surrounded by countless Righteous Alliance martial artists, and then die here. Jia Tianfeng roared, his voice brimming with rage, but it was actually filled with fear. He was keenly aware that numbers could not frighten Ling Xiao. At Ji Mingxing's wedding, so many people had faced off against Ling Xiao, but in the end, all of them had ended up with miserable fates. Ling Xiao, this fellow, simply killed people without blinking an eye. The advantage in numbers seemed to be meaningless to him. But Jia Tianfeng thought about it again. After all, this was Ling Yu's residence, and he was confident that Ling Xiao would not be willing to attack here. The Righteous Alliance still had experts stationed in Ling Yu's residence. Perhaps Ling Xiao would choose to let him live out of fear of these people. But Ling Xiao continued to faintly smile, minding his own business as he continued to eat, as if he was intentionally tormenting Jia Tianfeng. He said he would kill, but he would not attack. He would not kill, but he would not let Jia Tianfeng go. Chapter 1367. At this time, more and more people gathered around. Ling Yu's courtyard was filled with famous people. Many of them were leaning on the railings as if they were watching a play. I've heard that Ling Xiao is unmoved by force or persuasion. He's extremely crazy. I don't want to offend such a person. That's right. It's best to stay away from such a man. This boy doesn't seem to be afraid of anyone. He doesn't give face to anyone. He's simply arrogant to the extreme. What do you think Ling Xiao will do? Will he really dare to attack? I think he's just trying to scare Jia Tianfeng. If this was any other place, he might really dare to kill him. But this is Ling Yu's courtyard. Did you hear that? There are already people rushing over. That's true. Ling Yu's courtyard is filled with experts. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. That's right. I once saw a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist cause trouble here. In the end, he was beaten to death. The crowd was talking. Although they all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy and terrifying, they all believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill Jia Tianfeng in a place like Ling Yu's courtyard. Kong Ming was standing beside Jia Tianfeng. He had a feeling that he had been tied to Jia Tianfeng's boat. If Jia Tianfeng was fine, then he would also be fine. If Jia Tianfeng died, then he would also be in danger. He quietly crushed a wax pill. This was a life-saving item given to him by the clan. As long as he crushed it, the clan would send experts to protect him. Although Ling Xiao was strong, he wasn't invincible. As long as he could survive today, he swore that he would stay in the clan and cultivate wholeheartedly. He would never come out to cause trouble again. It wouldn't be too late to find Ling Xiao for revenge after his cultivation had reached a certain level. The Longhu selection was a good opportunity. Jia Tianfeng heard the sound of distant footsteps, and a smile appeared on his face. Moreover, he seemed to be a little proud of himself. Although Ling Yu's courtyard didn't have any Yin-Yang realm martial artists, it still had several Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Otherwise, Ling Yu's courtyard would have already been destroyed. The sound of those footsteps came from the guards of Ling Yu's courtyard. Once those people arrived, the situation would completely reverse. He would no longer be the one begging Ling Xiao for mercy. At that time, it would be Ling Xiao begging him for mercy, with. Seeing Ling Xiao eating there, a sinister smile appeared on the face of one of the killers of the Five Poisons Hall. He had thought that Ling Xiao would be very difficult to deal with, but it turned out that the other assassins were incompetent. As long as he could poison Ling Xiao to death, not only would he be endlessly grateful to the Righteous Alliance and the Peacock race, his status in the Five Poisons Hall branch would also soar. At that time, who would still dare to look down on him? He fantasized about having performed a great service and hugging a beautiful woman in each arm. But a moment later, his smile froze. Just when Ling Xiao was about to drink the poison wine, he suddenly exploded and poured it into the assassin's mouth. Moreover, he quickly tapped several of the assassin's acupuncture points and forced him to swallow the poisoned wine. No! This truly was a terrifying poison. The moment he drank the poisoned wine, the assassin began to bleed from his 7 orifices and his body began to rapidly rot. There was no chance of saving him. You! How could this be? Before the assassin was poisoned to death, he hadn't been able to say a complete sentence. He had probably wanted to ask how Ling Xiao had been able to tell that the wine was poisoned. If that was the case, he would have been far too stupid. If Ling Xiao could be killed so easily, how could his companions have died? You people of the Five Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, so why are you in such a rush to die? We'll settle your accounts later. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the assassins of the Five Poisons Hall. In a little while, there would be even more exciting content. He was in no rush to deal with these assassins, but if they insisted on sending themselves to their deaths, he would not be polite. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Ling Xiao is truly too frightening. If he says he wants to kill, he'll kill. What in the world happened just now? What was that poisoned wine all about? You didn't even understand? The assassins of the Five Poisons Hall wanted to poison Ling Xiao to death, but in the end, they were killed instead. These assassins are also stupid. If Ling Xiao was so easy to kill, he would have died long ago. How could they have had a chance to act? There were still some discerning people in the crowd who could see what had happened. The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense. Although the one who had died was only a first Heavenly Passage Realm assassin, but Ling Xiao had killed him in front of everyone else. This was no different from fiercely slapping the faces of the upper echelons of the Five Poisons Hall. Ling Xiao still said that he would deal with them next? What did he mean? In this world, how could there be such an arrogant and ignorant person? He dared to provoke an assassin organization? Did he want to die? However, he did not realize that even though Ling Xiao had not offended them, they still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, they did not show any mercy. Ling Xiao had casually killed an assassin, but his main target was still Jia Tianfeng. Are you very pleased with yourself? Suddenly, Ling Xiao asked a question that did not seem to have anything to do with killing. Jia Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then sneered. I admit that I am not your opponent. You can kill me at any time. But in the Lingyu courtyard, there is someone who can kill you. Sigh. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and said, I originally planned to give you a chance to atone for your crimes. But I did not expect that. Not only did you not cherish it, you even dared to turn around and threaten me? Unfortunately, it seems that you do not need this kind of opportunity. Ling Xiao, don't be so pretentious. Do you think that the people of the Lingyu courtyard are as useless as the reserve troops of the righteous divine guards? Perhaps you are not afraid of the advantage in numbers, but what if you are facing 5 people with the same cultivation as you? Jia Tianfeng sneered. Young Master Jia is not going to send out the Lingyu 5 dogs, right? The Lingyu 5 dogs were not scolding words, but representing the loyalty and ferocity of these 5 people. Apart from the boss of the Lingyu courtyard, the Lingyu 5 dogs were the most powerful people in the Lingyu courtyard. Each of them was at the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm, and they were adept at joint attacks. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even if it was a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm or 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, they would not be afraid. Although they might not win, they would definitely not lose. Chapter 1368. I don't think so. Do you need the 5 dogs to kill Ling Xiao? The Lingyu courtyard has quite a few Grotto Heaven realm practitioners. If they join hands, they might be able to kill Ling Xiao, right? Those who said such words definitely did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting strength was on that rainy night. You can try. Ling Xiao smiled with his eyes narrowed. The reason why he did not immediately take action was because he wanted to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not see any expert appear. Instead, the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard popped out. It was really comical. He did not want to continue waiting. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng and Kongming, he still wanted to go back and continue cultivating. The stronger he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, the better. In this way, his chances of getting first place in the Longhu selection would be higher. Jia Tianfeng frowned. In theory, the people around him were enough to protect him and had the absolute ability to kill Ling Xiao. But in the end, he still did not dare to be certain. After all, Ling Xiao had broken everyone's imaginations time and time again. He had done many terrifying things that one could not judge. If one used common sense to judge Ling Xiao, the one who would suffer would be himself. Jia Tianfeng retreated, and the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard expressionlessly blocked in front of him. The 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao, because they did not know how powerful Ling Xiao was. They were only loyal dogs guarding the Lingyu courtyard. They did not know much about the outside world, and did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Looking at the wall of people in front of him, Jia Tianfeng calmed down the panic in his heart, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. Everyone from the 5 Poison Hall, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao killed your companions in front of your eyes. Could it be that you are going to let him be so arrogant? Since the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were not confident, then with the addition of the assassins from the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, it should be enough. This time, the person who came to discuss the assassination of Ling Xiao with Jia Tianfeng was a 4th-level Grotto Heaven Realm silver medalist assassin. Although he understood that Jia Tianfeng wanted to use them, he also felt that this was the best choice. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Since he had already accepted Jia Tianfeng's mission, it didn't matter where he went. Young Master Jia, what's our reward after the deed is done? Don't worry, you'll definitely be paid properly. To Jia Tianfeng, money was nothing. What he wanted now was to keep his life. As long as he didn't die now, everything would be fine in the future. Even if the 5 Poison Hall branch demanded an exorbitant price, he would accept it. All right, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, since you've come to die today, don't blame us. The people of the 5 Poisons Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall revealed sinister expressions. If he killed Ling Xiao, not only would he be able to earn a lot of money, he would also be able to avenge his own people. Why not? I'm here to die. You'd better worry about your own matters. Ling Xiao's second goal in stalling for time was to wait for Cold Plum to complete the destruction of the 5 Poison Hall branch. He had already sensed that Cold Plum had arrived, bringing with her a strong stench of blood. The people of the Five Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall had not yet understood the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words, but several heads had already been thrown at their feet. Hall Master! Vice Hall Master! The assassins looked at the heads on the ground in horror. Of course, they recognized who they were. Those were the two strongest martial artists in their branch. The Hall Master's cultivation had reached the 8th Heavenly Grotto realm. The Vice Hall Master also had a 5th Heavenly Grotto realm cultivation. How could they die so easily? They turned their heads to look at the indifferent face of Cold Plum. It's her, it's Ling Zhao's maid. How could she be so strong? At this time, the hearts of the 5 Poison Hall assassins had already collapsed. They had completely lost the courage to fight. The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin looked at Ling Zhao in panic and said, Young Hero Ling, this is all our fault, but we only took your money to eliminate your disaster. We didn't deliberately want to be your enemy. You've already killed our Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. This should be considered as venting your hatred, right? Can you let us go? What did you say just now? Ling Zhao looked at the assassin with a smile that was not a smile and asked, I think I heard what you said just now. You wanted to join forces with the 5 dogs to kill me, right? The assassins looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. Young Hero Ling, we can swear that we will never attack you again. I believe that you don't want to make more enemies, right? The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin carefully said. Make more enemies? What a joke. I've never offended your Dark God Hall before, but what did you do? Now you're saying that I've made more enemies? Ling Zhao said disdainfully. You're assassins. Since you've accepted someone else's mission, shouldn't you complete it? Ling Zhao, do you really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with us? Seeing that Ling Zhao wasn't willing to let them go, the assassin was somewhat furious. So what if we shed all pretenses of cordiality? You really think highly of yourself, right? I've even killed your Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. Do you really think that you're stronger than them? Ling Zhao sneered and said, I'll give you a chance. Kill yourselves collectively. At least you'll leave a complete corpse. If you let me do it, you won't be able to leave anything behind. Kill. The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin's face turned completely black. Since Ling Zhao wasn't willing to forgive them, they could only take action. 5 dogs of Ling Yu attacked together. Jia Tianfeng also gave the order. Cold Plum, watch obediently from the side. Don't let anyone disturb my battle. Ling Zhao smiled and suddenly attacked with the Umbra Shadow Sword. At the same time, a huge black sword quickly formed above his head. Fuse. The fusion of the Dark Demon Sword and Umbra Shadow Sword produced a power stronger than the Dark Demon Sword alone. Ling Zhao wouldn't underestimate his opponents. After all, among these opponents there was a 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin. He still had to be careful. A terrifying chill and evil aura suddenly spread throughout the pavilion. In the sky, a terrifying image of a heavenly demon appeared. Kill. Ling Zhao stabbed out with his sword. A terrifying image instantly enveloped all the enemies charging at him. What 5 dogs of Ling Yu? What 5 Poison Hall assassins? Under this sword, only the 4th Heavenly Grotto realm cultivator was left alive. Even this person was trembling in fear. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. The key point was that the people who attacked just now died too miserably. That sword seemed to be enveloped by an incomparably terrifying dark energy. Even if the sword chi was blocked, it still couldn't stop the terrifying dark energy from invading. The dead people were like zombies covered in corpse poison. Moreover, their bodies were still in the process of rotting. You're not bad. To be able to block my sword, you're very powerful. Ling Zhao looked at the assassin in front of him and smiled. Chapter 1369. Devil! Devil! The assassin muttered to himself. He had already gone completely insane. How can someone with such poor mental fortitude be an assassin? In my opinion, the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Hall are too useless. After saying this, Ling Xiao withdrew that evil aura and pointed a finger at the fourth grotto heaven realm assassin. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a fourth grotto heaven realm expert, but it shouldn't have been so easy. The problem lay in that terrifying dark demon sword of his. That evil aura combined with his powerful soul energy could corrode a person's heart. You won't even let off someone who's gone insane? What do you know? That's what great kindness is. Since he's gone insane, he should be killed to end his suffering. Lunatics and mental patients are the most dangerous existences in this world. After a long period of shock and fear, the crowd finally regained their composure. They looked at each other and started to talk amongst themselves. Ling Xiao paid no attention to the conversations of the crowd. Instead, he raised his foot and walked toward Jia Tianfeng. As for Kong Ming, that was secondary. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng, he would deal with Kong Ming. His step caused Jia Tianfeng to jump up like a startled rabbit. That artificial limb of his was truly nimble. There was no problem in using it at all. Ling Xiao, don't kill me. You can't kill me. The Righteous Alliance will definitely kill you. Do you think it's worth it? You're willing to sacrifice your life for a piece of trash like me? Jia Tianfeng admitted defeat. He was thoroughly terrified. Ling Yu, the 5 dogs, and the assassins of the 5 poison hall had all died to Ling Xiao's sword in an instant. Just how terrifying was this sword technique that made one's hair stand on end? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He only smiled coldly. He wanted Jia Tianfeng to die in fear. He had never felt the slightest bit of sympathy when dealing with his enemies. This was also the reason why his enemies feared him. Jia Tianfeng would never forget Jia Yun. Back then, Jia Yun had been too arrogant and conceited, resulting in Ling Xiao killing him. Although the current him was stronger than Jia Yun in all aspects of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao had also become stronger. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he try to assassinate Ling Xiao? Why did he do such a foolish thing? Wasn't it better to live well? Why did he have to take the lead? Right. Ling Xiao's words. As long as I reveal who's behind the scenes, I can live. No, I can't reveal. That person was 10 times more terrifying than Ling Xiao. If he said it out loud, he would definitely die. But what could he do now? Could he just wait for Ling to come and kill him? Just as he was feeling lost and hesitant, he suddenly heard Kong Ming's voice. Ling Xiao, I didn't bribe an assassin to kill you. Although I hate you, I can't do such a despicable thing. Jia Tianfeng pulled me along just to give me some courage. Jia Tianfeng looked at Kong Ming in disbelief. They had clearly agreed to shoulder the burden together. How could this guy betray him so easily in the end? Oh? Then do you know who instructed Jia Tianfeng to hire assassins to kill me? I don't need a definite answer. You just need to tell me a clue, and I won't kill you. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at Kong Ming with a smile. Kong Ming hesitated. Kong Ming, don't be stupid. If you tell me, we'll all die. Jia Tianfeng roared. Idiot, do you think we can live if you don't tell me? Kong Ming glanced at Jia Tianfeng in disdain. Although the mastermind was terrifying, he might be killed immediately if he didn't tell him now. Therefore, he had to tell him. Kong Ming, you have to think carefully. If you tell me, not only will you die, but your entire family might be destroyed. Jia Tianfeng said again. Kong Ming was stunned when he heard this. Jia Tianfeng, you mean to say that I won't touch your family? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, Although you call yourself an orphan and were adopted by the Jia clan, I know that your surname is Dark Phoenix and that you are a member of the Dark Phoenix race. Your parents were killed by the Ice Phoenix race, but your grandmother is still alive. It was she who ordered you to infiltrate the Righteous Alliance and seek revenge. But you don't plan to deal with the Ice Phoenix race, and instead make an enemy out of me, a human from the Celestial Dragon continent. Not only have you failed to live up to your grandmother's high hopes, you've also implicated her. You madman! You can't touch my grandmother! Jia Tianfeng panicked. So you're a filial child. Do you understand now? Whether you tell me or not, you'll die. But at the very least, I can guarantee that as long as you tell me, I can guarantee that your grandmother won't die. But if you don't tell me, the first person I'll kill will be her. Ling Xiao casually spoke as if this was a very ordinary matter. Damn, this scoundrel is too despicable. He's using someone else's grandmother to threaten him. Despicable my ass. Wasn't Jia Tianfeng despicable when he found someone to assassinate Ling Xiao? Does a good person deserve to not be feared? That's right. If Ling Xiao was a good person, a kind-hearted person, then not only would Jia Tianfeng not die, he would continue to target him. That's true. Ling Xiao was able to live until today precisely because he doesn't have those hypocritical tears and piss, and he certainly doesn't have those pointless Virgin Mary complexes. There were still some people in the crowd who understood. Those who lived in the underworld naturally understood what sort of people lived the most easily and what sort of people died the quickest. Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Jia Tianfeng was finally intimidated by Ling Xiao's evil aura. He planned to tell everything and then leave it to the heavens. At the very least, Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Since he had said that he wouldn't harm his grandmother, he definitely wouldn't. Young Master Jia, there are some things that are better left unsaid. Otherwise, no one can help you. Just when Jia Tianfeng had almost completely given up and was about to tell everything to Ling Xiao, a cold voice came from the crowd. Then, a person slowly walked out. He was about 40 years old and dressed like a scholar. However, his body was emitting an intense killing intent. Ling Xiao slightly frowned. This person should be a fourth Paradise Realm expert. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the assassin. There were many reasons why there was such a huge difference in strength between two people of the same cultivation level. Martial spirit, cultivation method, martial skill, Paradise Realm, all of these were possible. However, it was undeniable that cultivation level was not the only factor that measured a person's strength. Steward Jia. Ling Xiao naturally recognized this person. He was the person in charge of Lingyu Courtyard, Steward Jia. He usually didn't show up. Even if an emperor or a crown prince came, he might not appear. However, today, he had no choice but to appear. This was because Jia Tianfeng couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's threat and was about to reveal a very troublesome matter. Seeing Steward Jia Tianfeng, who had originally been in complete despair and had planned to tell Ling Xiao everything, suddenly changed his expression. Uncle Jia, he used my grandmother to threaten me. I didn't want to say anything at all. Chapter 1370. Steward Jia nodded and indifferently said, I know. It's fine as long as you didn't say anything. As long as Jia Tianfeng did not say anything, he had not done anything wrong. After all, this was the successor of their righteous alliance, and he needed to be protected. Uncle Jia, Ling Xiao is already a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but just now, he was able to kill Ling Yu's 5 dogs and several assassins from the 5 Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch in one strike. Don't underestimate him, Jia Tianfeng warned. I saw it, Steward Jia indifferently said, apparently unconcerned about this matter. This was because he could have killed that assassin from the 5 Poisons Hall in one strike, and he would have done it even more cleanly than Ling Xiao. To his left and right stood a pair of jade-green beauties. They seemed to be twins, and they were both at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. Behind him, there were 7 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Some people were confused. Even 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists like Ling Yu's 5 dogs were no match for Ling Xiao, so what was the use of 7 First Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists? But those who often visited Ling Yu's courtyard were alarmed. Look carefully! Those 7 aren't people, but barbarian elephant warriors from the elephant race. Could it be them? Right, there's no mistake. These 7 fellows are the 7 sparring partners that have been following Steward Jia around. They're slaves that the Righteous Alliance purchased from the Celestial Dragon continent. Although they're first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, they're born with divine strength and tough skin. Ordinary martial artists would probably need to reach the third grotto heaven realm to kill them. Now that you mention it, I also remember that Manager Jia practiced his moves on them. Barbarian elephant warriors find cultivation extremely difficult, so the heavens have bestowed upon them powerful innate abilities. A first grotto heaven realm barbarian elephant warrior can spar with an ordinary third grotto heaven realm martial artist, let alone 7 of them. They should be stronger than Ling Yu's 5 dogs, right? Isn't that obvious? Barbarian elephant warriors have formidable defenses, terrifying self-healing abilities, and boundless strength. If Ling Xiao really fought them, he would have no advantage. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know what a barbarian elephant warrior was, but he still had some understanding of the elephant race. In the northern part of the Sky Dragon continent, there was a barbarian elephant tribe. Although there were not many of them, they were extremely powerful. It was said that when the True Devil Empire wanted to capture this tribe, they also lost many powerful elite warriors. The Righteous Alliance was truly resourceful. It had even managed to obtain such a fierce warrior. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble this time, but with Cold Plum around, there was no need to be afraid. They looked at Cold Plum, who was standing at the periphery, but found that Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. Only Ling Xiao knew where Cold Plum had gone. That scoundrel Kong Ming had actually managed to find reinforcements from the peacock race. Even more troublesome was that this reinforcements had the strength of a 9th grotto heaven realm expert. This was an elder of the peacock race, an absolute expert. Cold Plum was keenly aware that Ling Xiao was no match for this sort of person, so she had stopped him. It was over. Without Cold Plum here, Ling Xiao was doomed. How could Ling Xiao escape in this situation? The situation had been completely reversed in an instant. The crowd was also rather surprised. If Cold Plum was here, Ling Xiao would still be fine, but without Cold Plum, could Ling Xiao really be a match for Steward Jia, the Jade Sword Sisters, and the 7 barbarian elephants? You think that you'll be saved just because they're here? Ling Xiao had completely lost his patience. He coldly stared at Jia Tianfeng. Although he didn't attack, a claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Jia Tianfeng's neck. And you managed to invite an elder of the peacock race to save you. Your face isn't small. Alas, by doing this, you'll not only kill yourself, you'll also kill him. After saying this to Jia Tianfeng, Ling Xiao turned to Kong Ming. Another claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Kong Ming's neck. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were both flabbergasted. They had never imagined that their clever actions would bring an even greater disaster upon themselves. Steward Jia's face darkened as he froze to the spot. He knew that if he took one more step, Jia Tianfeng would probably be killed by Ling Xiao. If that happened, Alliance Lord Jia would never let him go. Release him, and our Righteous Alliance will let bygones be bygones, Steward Jia coldly said. Your words don't mean a thing. Ling Xiao didn't give Steward Jia any face. You're just a watchdog raised by someone else. Since when did you have the right to decide the matters of the Jia family? If you invite old man Jia here and let him make the decision, I might really consider it. Of course, it's just a consideration. After all, your Jia family has no integrity to speak of. Impudent! Steward Jia roared. You're the impudent one! A mere watchdog, how dare you speak to this king like that? Ling Xiao also roared. You seem to have forgotten that this king is Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tianlong. Even if you're a member of the Righteous Alliance, you're just a commoner. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? The crowd was dumbfounded by these words. They had thought that with Steward Jia and those experts, Ling Xiao would at least try to find a way to reconcile. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. But who would have thought that? Not only did Ling Xiao have no intention of reconciling, he didn't give the other party any face at all. He actually intimidated the other party with his imposing manner. This fellow was really too daring. No wonder he was called the #1 man of the younger generation. Steward Jia narrowed his eyes and sneered. Dragon King Tianlong? Even if you're a true member of the imperial family, I'll still kill you, let alone a king with a different surname. Now I'll give you a chance. Release young Master Jia. It's best if you know what's good for you. I've been the steward of Lingyu Courtyard for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anyone who dares to kill a member of our righteous alliance here. The smiling face with narrowed eyes was like a smiling wolf that could swallow the enemy at any time. Many people could feel the chill and terror behind these words. But Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. He slowly turned around and sat on a chair in the pavilion. Then, he casually picked up a peanut and ate it. After swallowing it, he smiled. Today, I'll let you see how a member of the Jia family dies in Lingyu Courtyard. You're lucky to be able to see it with your own eyes. Arrogant enough. But do you really plan to do this? If you release young Master Jia, it's good for you, it's good for us. But if you don't release him, and he loses a single hair, I'll tear you to shreds. Not only that, your friends and family will also die because of you. Steward Jia still had a smile on his face, but this smile was fake, like a smiling tiger. His voice was filled with intense dissatisfaction and brutal killing intent, as if he could strike at any time and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Chapter 1371. I know that Jia Tianfeng's life isn't enough to threaten you, but I also don't plan to use his life to threaten you. Now that you're here, he has no value. You will tell me who is manipulating you from behind the scenes. Ling Xiao proudly looked at Steward Jia. His words made everyone rub their ears, wondering if they had heard wrong. At this time, your life is in danger, yet you still dare to threaten him? Is there something wrong with your head? Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you're too conceited. I know what you're relying on. It's none other than that bodyguard of yours, Cold Plum, and Her Highness, the Moon Maiden. Alas, neither of them can help you today, so you should just give up on that idea. Steward Jia heartily laughed. He had dared to so brazenly threaten Ling Xiao precisely because he knew that Ling Xiao's two strongest helpers would not be able to come. Cold Plum was being held down by the old fogies of the Peacock race. The Moon Maiden was being held back by the patriarchs of the Peacock race and Great Ping race, as well as Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance. This time, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and the Great Ping race had joined forces precisely so that they could kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not die, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. In the future, Ling Xiao would definitely grow into an existence even more frightening than the Moon Maiden. When that time came, would they still have any chance of survival? Thus, they could not permit Ling Xiao to continue living. Absolutely not. At this time, Ling Xiao was a loner. Even if he had helpers, they would only be people like Long Chen and Shang Guanhong. And these people were not even as strong as Ling Xiao, so how much use could they be? Ling Xiao frowned. No wonder he had sensed the Moon Maiden's aura getting farther and farther away. She had been drawn away by the experts of those three clans. It seemed like he had been schemed against in his visit to Ling Yu's residence. But so what if it was a scheme? He had exhausted all his schemes, but he was still no match for strength. Ling Xiao had seen this clearly when he was in the northern desert city. If not for the Moon Maiden's eventual appearance, he would have definitely died at Timur and Muta's hands. No matter how great his schemes were, he could only serve as a support. Strength was the key. Today, he was going to personally destroy these plans. Interesting. If I let Jia Tianfeng go, you really won't attack me? But there's one thing. Oh? You killed young Master Jia, and everyone around you will be buried with you. Manager Jia said sinisterly. Interesting. In other words, whether I release Jia Tianfeng or not, I may die in the end. And if I die, I have no way of knowing how you will deal with my friends and family. What a good plan. Although Ling Xiao was smiling, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming could feel the hand on their necks tightening. You truly are smart, but it's meaningless. No matter what decision you make today, you'll still die. Seeing that Ling Xiao had seen through their thoughts, Steward Jia decided to reveal his ferocious face, no longer hiding anything. Haha, since that's the case, what else is there to say? I, Ling Xiao, swear that the Peacock race, the Great Ping race, and the righteous alliance will not rest in peace because of your actions. Ling Zhao's killing intent soared into the heavens, turning the white clouds pitch black. Finally, Ling Xiao had formally declared war on the Peacock race, the Great Ping race, and the Righteous Alliance. Arrogant. Try me if you dare. Steward Jia's face darkened. He had never seen someone as ignorant as Ling Xiao. Do you know Jia Tianfeng and Kongming? The two of you could have survived, but this man insisted on pushing the two of you onto the path of death. Everyone present heard that, yes? A smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. From the day he killed Jia Yun, crippled Kong He, and killed Ping Yu, the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Ping race were already like fire and water. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was just that the two sides had been restraining themselves all this time. But Jia Tianfeng and Kongming's repeated attempts to assassinate him had turned this restraint into a fierce battle. Today's battle was unavoidable. Starting today, in Divine Phoenix Empire, with Ling Xiao, there would be no Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, or Great Ping race. With those three clans, there would be no Ling Xiao. Stop. Steward Jia paled. He knew that Ling Xiao was truly about to attack. Stop? Do you really think that you can threaten me? Ling Xiao scornfully looked at Steward Jia and lightly snapped his fingers. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming's eyes immediately bulged. The two of them had been strangled in death, and they hadn't even had the chance to cry for help. Dead? They really were dead. Ling Xiao had actually killed Jia Tianfeng and Kongming right in front of Steward Jia. Last time, Ling Xiao had killed Jia Yun and Jia Lin and crippled Kong He. This time, he didn't do any worse than the last time. The crowd stared at the two limp corpses on the ground, panic on their faces. This was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. But the Righteous Alliance's young lord, Jia Tianfeng, had been killed here. How ironic was this? If Jia Tianfeng had not offended Ling Xiao, then given his talent and aptitude, he would have been able to become a tyrant at the very least, a qualified Righteous Alliance lord. Alas, not only had he offended Ling Xiao, he had even sent assassins to assassinate Ling Xiao. Even more speechless was that his foolish uncle Jia, Steward Jia, had dared to use Ling Xiao's family and friends as a threat. To Ling Xiao, family and friends were his reverse scale. Steward Jia stood there, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Even with him present, Jia Tianfeng had still been killed. Would Alliance Lord Jia let him go? He truly didn't dare to think about this matter. His heart was trembling. How could he save himself? Yes, if he killed Ling Xiao and brought Ling Zhao's head to the Alliance Lord, he might be able to save his own life. He had committed far too grave a mistake today. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would still dare to act so arrogantly after losing the help of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum. Just what was he relying on? No matter what he was relying on, Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. He swore. Very angry, right? Very confused, right? Ling Xiao continued to smile at Steward Jia. All of you are truly stupid. Do you think I don't know where my friend Cold Plum has gone? Do you think I don't know where my big sister Moon Lady has gone? It's true that they don't have the time to help me, but there's really no need for the two of them to do anything with just a few rotten fish like you. I alone am enough. I'll definitely kill you. Steward Jia didn't even hear Ling Zhao's words. He only knew that if Ling Xiao didn't die today, he would die. A terrifying murderous aura erupted as Steward Jia's figure flashed and charged towards Ling Xiao with an extremely terrifying speed and brutal strength. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally put down his wine cup and stood up. Chapter 1372. Looking at Steward Jia's figure, Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with intense coldness and killing intent. This person was just a watchdog of the Jia family, yet he wanted to kill his entire family, kill all of his friends and relatives. Could he endure it? No. He didn't want to wait until the other party killed his friends before taking revenge. By then, it would be too late. Therefore, he had to strike first. Both of them possessed incomparably powerful killing intent and hatred. Neither of them wanted to see the other alive. This battle was unavoidable. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but avoid it, afraid that they would be implicated. About a few hundred meters away from the pavilion, the crown prince, Feng Yishan, who had just arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard, sat on a wooden chair. Standing beside him was Ming Jin and Feng Yanran. "I'm still too late." Although Feng Yishan said this, a smile appeared on his face. The more eye-catching Ling Xiao was, the better it would be for him. At that time, no one would notice what he was doing. The most stupid thing about Feng Ming Wuliang was that he had provoked a madman like Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had no time to care about his development with Feng Ming Qishan. This was definitely a good thing for him, because his opponent might only be Feng Ming Qishan. "Cousin, aren't you going to help him?" Although Feng Yanran wanted to distance herself from Ling Xiao, she couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao be killed. "There's no need. Don't you know Ling Xiao's abilities? You were watching what happened that night," Feng Yishan said indifferently. "Let's wait and see. If necessary, this king will definitely take action. After all, he is a very important ally of mine." Feng Yanran opened her mouth, then suddenly sighed and sat down. She looked at the battle that was about to erupt in the distance with a complicated expression. 7 barbarian elephants trap him. Don't let him escape, but don't kill him either. I want to turn this guy into a human swine and make him suffer forever. Steward Jia revealed his ferocious expression. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, he also wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer the most painful torture in the world. "You two attack together." Although Manager Jia was enraged, he was fully aware of Ling Xiao's craftiness and valiance. He was originally going to attack Ling Xiao in a fit of rage, but he forced himself to stop and ordered his 9 subordinates to attack together. They were 2 beautiful sisters at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. 7 Grotto Heaven Realm barbarian elephant warriors. In addition, he was a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He didn't believe that such a lineup couldn't kill Ling Xiao. With such a lineup, there would be no accidents. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 7 tall and mighty barbarian elephant warriors, as well as the 2 sisters who were as delicate and charming as jade, but their eyes were filled with ferocity. His cold gaze flickered. Within his body, the domain elemental energy was continuously condensing. These people were indeed much more powerful than the group of good-for-nothings from before. Perhaps he would have to use the move he had just comprehended. Taking a deep breath, a huge black sword hovered above his head once more. His hand was still tightly gripping the Umbra Shadow Sword. Fuse! The 2 swords merged into one. The Umbra Shadow Sword instantly exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. It spread everywhere as if the evilest thing in the world had gathered. "Everyone has the right to kill evil." Manager Jia frowned. He weighed the power of Ling Xiao's move and judged that he should be able to block it. Even if the 7 barbarian elephants joined forces, they would be able to block this move. Therefore, he was relieved. This move should be Ling Xiao's strongest move. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, this evil and terrifying aura still caused the twin sisters to slow down for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. They still had the ability to deal with the current Ling Xiao. However, if they allowed this kid to continue growing, they wouldn't have the ability to deal with him in the future. Therefore, this person must die. Perfect combination sword. Kill! The 2 girls combined their swords, and a terrifying pressure quickly rose. The entire pavilion suddenly trembled, and creaking sounds could be heard as if it could collapse at any time. The lake water under the pavilion was also crazily swirling, filled with uneasiness. Crack! The 7 barbarian elephants actually tore the pavilion down from the lake and held it in their hands. These barbarian elephant warriors, who were about 3 meters tall on average, were really strong. "Are you trying to trap me? Aren't you afraid of restricting your own combat strength?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. He felt that Manager Jia had actually given a very stupid order. If the 7 barbarian elephants attacked him together with the twins, it might have worked. However, Manager Jiao thought that he was going to run, so he let the 7 barbarian elephants trap him. This actually suppressed the 7 barbarian elephants' combat strength. Would Ling Xiao run? Of course not. At least not now. Because at this moment, no one here could kill him, so there was no need for him to run. He was waiting for the moment when the twins approached. However, Manager Jiao was quite cunning. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stood outside the pavilion, condensing his domain of origin energy, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Forget it, I'll kill your subordinates first. It won't be too late to kill you later. Ling Xiao glanced at Manager Jiao. He couldn't be anxious when dealing with such a cunning fellow. The more anxious he was, the further away the situation would be from his thoughts. The resplendent sword light was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. The glaring light made many warriors unable to open their eyes. The power of the twins working together was really not to be underestimated. However, Ling Xiao did not dodge. Dark Sword Domain. The sword domain unfolded. This was the first step. The surrounding 10 meters were covered in pitch-black darkness. Then, a bright moon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The surroundings were filled with chaotic darkness. Using the mountain and river martial spirit in the sword domain combined with one's moves was usually very difficult to be seen through and discovered. In the darkness, the Devil Sword's power would also be stronger. This was the reason why Ling Xiao released the Dark Sword domain. People looked at this pitch-black paradise and felt some fear in their hearts. It's really terrifying. This Ling Xiao is simply a devil god descending to the world. But isn't the devil race a race outside the mystic world? Who knows? It's probably because he's cultivating some kind of evil cultivation method. It's really terrifying. Everyone was in a state of panic and restlessness. Warriors with slightly weaker cultivation had already fainted after being invaded by that terrifying aura. They had nightmares one after another. Therefore, in the mystic world, even if you wanted to watch the show, you had to have the ability. If you didn't have that ability, you would probably be implicated while watching the show. All of you deserve to die. Dark Devil Sword, Heavenly Devil Extermination. The Heavenly Devil Destruction art combined with the Dark Devil Sword. This was his first actual combat attempt. In that instant, pitch-black darkness enveloped everyone's hearts. Even many warriors couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Chapter 1373. The warriors couldn't see anything in the darkness, even with their inner strength. Eerie, cold, terrifying, strange, evil. This strike was like a massacre at the end of the world. It made people feel dispirited and give up. Sky Demon Extermination? Although the crowd couldn't see anything, they heard Ling Xiao's voice. Could it be that Ling Xiao actually cultivated the extremely evil and sinister demonic world destruction art? That's impossible. His cultivation hasn't reached that level. That's a martial art that only top yin-yang realm warriors are qualified to cultivate. But if it's not the Sky Demon World Destruction art, what could it be? Why is it so dark and terrifying? No one could answer this question. They couldn't see Fang Hua and Ling Xiao's strike. In the darkness was Ling Xiao's senior sister. At that moment, almost all the warriors present were blinded. The pitch-black space made them feel like they were blind. The 7 brute elephants became nervous and restless when they couldn't see Ling Xiao. The twins were even more frightened. They suddenly stopped attacking because they couldn't determine where Ling Xiao was. They could only turn their attacks into defenses. A strong sense of danger grew in the hearts of the 7 brute elephants and the twins. They were terrified. Manager Jia also panicked. Although he wasn't trapped in the terrifying Dark Sword domain, he could feel the fate of his subordinates. What's going on inside? The warriors who escaped from the Dark Sword domain all had the same question. In front of them was a huge black sphere. The black sphere was the Dark Sword domain. They had no idea what was going on inside. They've probably started fighting, right? Someone guessed. Boom! A loud sound came from the dark space. Then, the space cracked open like an eggshell. A few figures could be vaguely seen standing inside. Manager Jia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there were multiple figures, it meant that his subordinates weren't all dead. It seemed that although Ling Zhao's attack was shocking, it wasn't very effective. The darkness gradually faded away. Manager Jia's expression became extremely ugly. There were still people standing. However, the only one who was truly alive was Ling Xiao. The 7 brute elephants were still in the same state and posture as before, but their bodies had all turned purplish black, and they were continuously rotting. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose the Dark Demon Sword. The Dark Demon Sword had terrifying corrosive properties, which played a key role in breaking through the powerful defenses of the barbarian elephant warriors. It was impossible for a martial artist's defense to be all-encompassing. At the very least, there were still 7 orifices. As for the 2 jade-like beauties, they had already become 2 piles of pitch-black stagnant water, completely devoid of human form. He actually killed them all? The crowd's hearts could not help but twitch violently. Dark demonic sword, demonic extermination body was too terrifying. In one move, he had killed 7 barbarian elephant warriors and 2 divine phoenix warriors who were equivalent to 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. And from the looks of it, Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unharmed. What was the cultivation level of this Ling Xiao? How could it be so terrifying? People felt a strong sense of disbelief and shock. If Ling Xiao had killed the 5 dogs Ling Yu and the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall branch in one move, they could still understand it as him underestimating his opponent. But this time? The 7 barbarian elephants and the twins were clearly fully prepared, and they had even taken the initiative to attack. In the end, they were unable to withstand a single strike. How terrifying was Ling Zhao's sword! Mingjin, what do you think? Feng Yishan asked indifferently. This Ling Zhao's talent in martial arts is truly terrifying. To be disrespectful, I'm afraid that even the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains is inferior to him. This subordinate has never seen or heard of such a terrifying move. He probably created it himself. Ming Jin's face was also filled with shock. Although he was confident that he could block Ling Zhao's move, one could not forget that his cultivation level was much higher. Ling Zhao's cultivation level was only at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, and he was only a 17-year-old youth. This kind of potential was truly terrifying. You're right. Feng Yishan nodded. How could he not know of Ling Zhao's terrifying talent? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have formed an alliance with Ling Xiao. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the safer he would be. But once all his enemies were eliminated, how would he face Ling Xiao? It seemed that he had to recruit more experts to his side. Mingjin, how far has the Heavenly General Pavilion developed? Feng Yishan suddenly asked. Mingjin glanced at Feng Yanran, seemingly hesitant. It doesn't matter. Just tell me. Feng Yishan said indifferently. Yanran is one of us. Yes, Your Highness. According to your instructions, the Heavenly General Pavilion is currently recruiting experts from the Divine Phoenix Continent, Sky Dragon Continent, 7 Martial Grand Master Island, and 5 Immortal Island. Everything is going smoothly, but most of the people recruited are Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's still difficult to recruit Yin Yang Realm cultivators. Mingjin replied. There's no rush. There aren't many Yin Yang Realm experts. If there's no other way, we can reach out to the White Tiger Continent. I believe that there will be people willing to come. Feng Yishan chuckled. Understood, Your Highness. As the two of them spoke, the crowd on the other side was also discussing. It was only today that these people suddenly understood that the young man who had just stepped into the Heaven Realm was now a terrifying Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He was really growing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown into a terrifying martial artist. However, no matter how much time had passed, his temperament had not changed at all. He was still doing things his own way without fear. He dared to destroy anyone who dared to provoke him. Kill Jia Tianfeng. Kill Kong Ming. He did not even frown at the person who killed Steward Jia. At this moment, Steward Jia's expression was uncertain. He was thinking, if he had attacked at the same time, what would the result have been? Would he have been able to block that attack? He would definitely be able to block it. But he would definitely not be unharmed. What a despicable brat. He actually left such a powerful move for the last. Fortunately, he was careful. Otherwise, he would have been tricked by him. Ling Xiao, you've already exposed your trump card. Let's see what else you can do to escape from me alive. Even though Steward Jia still had a trace of fear in his heart, at this moment, he had no choice but to release it. Jia Tianfeng's death had forced him to a dead end. His subordinates had also been killed by a single sword strike. Of course, he could not let them die in vain. This brat had to be eliminated as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. If he was late, he might be able to grow again. With this guy's growth speed, he would escape from everyone's controls sooner or later. He originally thought that luring Ling Xiao into Ling Zhao's courtyard to surround and kill him would be a flawless plan. This inescapable net would definitely not allow Ling Xiao to escape. Chapter 1374. Steward Jia thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape today even if he had wings. However, the cruel truth told him that Ling Xiao had no intention of escaping at all. On the contrary, this guy was on a killing spree. Steward Jia had actually seen Ling Xiao fight before. Although he didn't go out often, when Ling Xiao first came to the imperial capital, he had defeated Jia Yun in Ling Yu's courtyard. At that time, in Steward Jia's eyes, Ling Xiao was just an ant that could be crushed at any time. He didn't even have the thought of making a move. At that time, was Ling Xiao at the 7 Stars Heaven Realm or the 6 Arts Heaven Realm? He had forgotten that everyone below the Grotto Heaven Realm was an ant. This was his truest thought at that time. However, he didn't expect that the current Ling Xiao could kill 9 martial artists who were equivalent to the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm with one sword move. Although this had something to do with his error in judgment, it was already very terrifying. He absolutely couldn't give Ling Xiao any more time to live. This guy would definitely grow into a real monster. Steward Jia, you just said that you want to turn me into a human swine? You can continue now. I'd like to see if it's you or me who will become a human swine today. Ling Xiao stood there, holding a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in black gas, as if he was a demon god who stepped out of the demon realm. His words made people feel incomparably cold. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that they were all wrong. Today, it wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't get out of here, but that Steward Jia was doomed. Ling Xiao made it clear that he wanted to destroy Ling Yu's courtyard. From the beginning to the end, he had never been afraid of Steward Jia. Originally, people thought that Ling Xiao was just unwilling to give in and was just showing a tough attitude. He was just pretending to be fat. However, after the battle just now, they understood. Ling Xiao wasn't pretending, nor was he ignorant. He was truly powerful. At this moment, they were actually a little worried about Steward Jia. 9 of his subordinates had been killed in an instant. Would Steward Jia still have the strength to fight against Ling Xiao? Steward Jia's face turned gloomy, and even a little red. A 17-year-old youth actually dared to provoke him, a 40-year-old middle-aged man, in front of so many people. Although his cultivation wasn't considered strong, he was still a cultivator at the 4th Paradise Realm. Although he couldn't rampage through the imperial capital, there weren't many in the younger generation who dared to clamor with him. There was no one under the age of 20. But today, he encountered it. The other party stood there. His body, which was not very tall, looked so mighty and valiant. His heart actually twitched a little. Could he win? He actually began to doubt his own strength. No, he would definitely win. Boom! A terrifying aura gushed out, reaching its peak. Although it was humiliating for him to fight with a 17-year-old child with all his strength. However, he had no choice but to do so today because his opponent was not to be trifled with. He had to be careful. Even though he felt incomparably humiliated, he could only accept it. Haha, the Righteous Alliance's steward Jia is actually bullying the young. That's right. He's already in his 40s, but he dares to bully a 17-year-old child and call him despicable. Truly shameless. Sure, lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise, a despicable fellow like that is capable of doing anything. Although many of the spectators were esteemed figures of the capital, not all of them had close ties to the 8 great clans. There were still many people who felt that the Righteous Alliance was being too much of a bully. You've sent assassins to kill others time and time again, and now that your people have been killed, you're still angry and want to exterminate the other party's entire family. In any case, you're in the right, and the other party should just kneel there and let you kill them? All of you, shut up! If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll kill them all! Steward Jia angrily roared. The crowd immediately quieted down. Steward Jia's cultivation wasn't top class, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, among the spectators, there was no one stronger than him besides Feng Yishan and Ming Jin. Thus, his words were still effective. Everyone knew that Steward Jia was currently in a fit of rage. To provoke this fellow at a time like this was purely seeking trouble for oneself. Once a cornered dog jumped over a wall, this fellow would truly dare to kill anyone. Steward Jia was very satisfied that the crowd had been silenced. He coldly stared at Ling Xiao and spoke in the cruelest tone in the world. Ling Xiao, I once warned you that if you kill young Master Jia, you won't be the only one to die. Your family, your friends, they will all die. Even if the Moon Maiden is willing to protect them, she can't protect them completely. As long as the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan still exists, even if I can't kill you today, you will see your family and friends leave you one by one and die miserable deaths. I will have you die in endless pain and torment. This is the price for not listening to me. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he stared at Steward Jia and spoke in a voice that seemed capable of freezing the river. You also listen well. Your words will make your Jia clan pay the most grievous price. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am not dead, as long as my heavenly empire is not destroyed, your Jia clan will definitely be in turmoil. I know that you will take revenge, so I won't let you live. You already have no chance. When Steward Jia said this, the sound of joints cracking could be heard from his body, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was also rather surprised. As his joints cracked, Steward Jia's aura grew stronger and stronger. This was a sudden surge in power. As the sunlight shone on Steward Jia's body, his shadow rapidly grew larger. After some seconds, a terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Steward Jia isn't human? He doesn't seem to be from any of the Divine Phoenix race? Just what race is this fellow? The Hell race! Feng Yishan also stood up and looked in surprise at the 4 to 5 meter tall figure in the distance. Rumor has it that there are 2 parallel continents closest to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. One of them is the Immortal Court continent, where the immortals live. The other one is the Hell continent, where the Hell race lives. Rumor has it that the Hell continent is connected to the underworld outside the mystic world. Although it can't be reached, the aura of the underworld is constantly transmitted to the Hell continent. The warriors there are affected by the aura of the underworld. They all have strange appearances and are very ferocious. At this moment, Steward Jia was dressed in a strange black and red color. There was even a pair of black horns on his head. Although his overall appearance was very similar to a human's, his appearance was extremely ferocious. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Why would someone from the Hell race come to the Divine Phoenix continent? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be the warriors from our side who go there? Ming Jin asked in surprise. Of course they can come over. However, due to the influence of the mystic world's laws, they will consume a lot of their cultivation. Furthermore, they can't expose their true form for a long time. Today, he was really forced into a corner by Ling Xiao, so he had no choice but to reveal his true form to fight. Feng Yishan explained. Chapter 1375. Feng Yishan sighed. Ling Xiao is truly in danger. Right now, Steward Jia's strength is at least equivalent to a 5th or 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. What's even more terrifying is that the Hell Race's martial artists have terrifying talents that humans cannot compare to. That demonic sword has no effect on him. Cousin, you should step out and mediate. We can't let this battle continue. Feng Yanran was worried. No. Feng Yishan shook his head. I still haven't reached the point where I have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Righteous Alliance. This sort of obvious favoritism will make the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan lose a great deal of face. Are we just going to watch him die? Feng Yanran called out. Everything is his own choice. No one else can help him. Feng Yishan was not Ling Zhao's friend. Ling Xiao knew this, and so did Feng Yishan. He and Ling Xiao were only allies. When he could help, he would help. However, if he couldn't, he definitely wouldn't rashly help, because that might drag him into the abyss of failure. Ha ha! Steward Jia's voice was much coarser than before. Ling Xiao, you're very lucky to be able to see my true body before you die. Now you understand what I'm saying. If I say that you must die, you must die. At this moment he stood there like a small mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that caused Ling Xiao's black energy to shrink back. In front of him, Ling Xiao was like a dwarf. Whether it was in terms of size or aura, he was inferior. This was yet another unexpected reversal. The crowd was somewhat numb. Today's battle had allowed them to see far too many strange things, and far too many shocks. Ling Xiao should be regretting it now, right? He's probably thinking about running away. The gap in strength has widened once more, and it feels like Ling Xiao's demonic energy is inferior to Steward Jia's. His reputation has been ruined. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao with some regret. They had believed that today, they would be able to see a peerless genius step on the corpse of the Righteous Alliance and rise up. However, it was a pity that this monster was going to be killed soon. The battle had been suspenseful for a long time, but now, there was no suspense at all. What people were most concerned about was what Ling Xiao would do. Would he beg for mercy? At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. To be honest, your strength really gave me a fright. With my current strength, killing a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist shouldn't be a problem, even if you are the strongest of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, the current you should have the strength of a 6th Paradise, right? I am truly no match for you. Now you want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I've already said that you shouldn't have killed young Master Jia. In that case, you might still die, but we can consider sparing your family and friends. Now it's too late. You've pushed yourself onto the path of death. You no longer have any chance. Manager Jia's blood-red eyes stared at Ling Xiao as he laughed coldly. Beg for mercy? No, you seem to be mistaken. In Ling Zhao's dictionary, there is no such thing as begging for mercy. As Ling Xiao spoke, his aura rose once again. However, this time, what emerged from his body was no longer a dark and evil aura, but a blazing and bright aura. Since the demonic sword didn't work, he would use the divine sword. If the Sky Fiend Apocalypse art didn't work, he would use the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. Although his aura wasn't as strong as Manager Jia's, his fighting spirit didn't lose out to Manager Jia's at all. In Ling Zhao's opinion, begging for mercy was the most useless thing. Begging for mercy when facing someone like Manager Jia would only make him more complacent. In the end, a battle would still be unavoidable. Even if he didn't beg for mercy, he would still have to fight. In that case, why should Ling Xiao pretend to be a coward? He wasn't the kind of person who was shameless. Ling Xiao had always been very clear that he could rely on the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. However, if the two of them were tied down by others, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, he had always been tempering himself, training himself, and cultivating and improving himself crazily. He hoped that one day, he wouldn't need to rely on anyone and would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. Arrogance. Pride. There was an absolute pride in this young man's body. Although his backbone wasn't a divine artifact or Dharma treasure, it was the most tenacious thing in the world. If he didn't want to fall, no one could force him to lower his head. Unless he was killed. This was a true man. He was born to be an outstanding man, and he would die a heroic spirit. Over there, he was an unyielding true man. So what if his strength was inferior to others? So what if he had to face death? Nothing could make him bend his knees and give up his pride. Jia Tianfeng and the others had pride. As for Ling Xiao, he had pride. A man couldn't be arrogant, but he couldn't be without pride. Do you know, I hate the look in your eyes. Today, not only will I turn you into a human swine, but I will also dig out your eyes so that you can never look at me with those eyes again. In the face of great strength, your courage is not worth mentioning at all. Steward Jia sneered. Perhaps, but it's better to die standing than kneeling. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It makes no difference to you. Whether you stand or kneel, you will become a human swine. At this point, Steward Jia suddenly stomped on the ground. At that moment, the ground shook. The place where Ling Xiao was standing was like a bumpy boat, unable to calm down. At this moment, Steward Jia moved. His body, which was 4 to 5 meters tall, was actually so agile. The strange weapon in his hand that looked like a huge iron shovel slashed at Ling Xiao. The tyrannical and terrifying aura could be clearly seen with the naked eye. The pavilion was completely destroyed. The wooden bridge over the lake was also destroyed. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, standing further away. Even the trees were filled with people. Good timing! Ling Xiao roared and his body suddenly swayed. The sword in his hand pierced out sharply. He did not intend to fight force with force. Fighting force with such a monster was purely asking for trouble. Unless Ling Xiao's dragon bloodline was completely unsealed and entered the dragon transformation state, he might be able to. But now, he had to rely on his agility and speed to deal with the opponent. He knew that the opponent was very strong. But in terms of speed, he might not be faster than him. Chi! Bang! To Ling Xiao's surprise, although he avoided Steward Jia's attack, his sword also pierced the opponent's arm. However, it was useless. The powerful aura of the 6th Grotto Heaven realm erupted. It was like a gust of wind that blew him away. He was blown dozens of meters away and fell into the water. Ling Xiao could fight above his level, but there was a limit. It was not easy to kill a 4th Grotto Heaven realm warrior with the cultivation of the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. But now, he was facing a 6th Grotto Heaven realm warrior. The gap was too big. It was almost impossible to defeat him. Chapter 1376. Don't pretend to be dead, I know you're still alive. Steward Jia did not think that his recoil would be able to kill Ling Xiao. That guy's body was very strong. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, thousands of terrifying rays of light suddenly shot out from the originally calm lake. Then, a ball of light rose up. Ling Xiao's body was already covered by the light. The huge shadow sword in his hand had obviously merged with the power of the divine sword of light. Bright, dazzling, blazing, holy, noble. The sword pierced towards Steward Jia's arm. This sword was almost the complete opposite of the demonic sword. This caused the onlookers to feel extremely discordant. It was clearly so evil before, but now it had become so holy and noble. What was going on? Qi! This sword finally pierced through Steward Jia's protective yuan qi. However, once again, Ling Xiao was sent flying. There was only a small burn on Steward Jia's arm that did not seem to be much of a problem. Is this your attack? Why does it feel like you're tickling me? Steward Jia looked at Ling Xiao and laughed to his heart's content. It really doesn't work. Ling Xiao sighed. A shadow helped him to stop his body from retreating. Looks like I have to strengthen my attack. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared behind him once again. It was a boundless blue sky. There were no white clouds or rainbows. There was only a blazing red sun hanging there. Then, the divine sword of light in Ling Xiao's hand became brighter. Divine sword of light, rising sun transformation. Ling Xiao's attack just now was just a test. He wanted to know how strong Steward Jia's defense was. Now he understood that the divine sword of light alone could not hurt the other party. It was only possible with the addition of rising sun transformation. Seeing this strange scene, the crowd revealed a horrified expression. A dark demonic sword had killed more than 10 Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. Now, another divine sword of light had appeared. It was so blazing and dazzling that their eyes were unable to look straight at it. Just how many trump cards did this Ling Xiao have that he had yet to reveal? Manager Jiao was also stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to have a move stronger than the heavenly demon extermination just now. But a moment later, he regained his calm and indifference. No matter how dazzling your attack is, it won't be able to cause me the slightest bit of damage. In the face of absolute strength, even the strongest move is useless. Really? You will definitely pay for what you said. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The strength of a martial artist depended on his cultivation, moves, martial soul, bloodline, body, and other factors. The strength of the moves was also one of the factors. Then let's see who pays the price. Manager Jia disdained Ling Gao's attack. Because Ling Xiao's previous attack did not cause him much damage, he felt a strong sense of complacency. Go to hell! He no longer tried to defend himself. Instead, he focused all of his energy on attacking. The furious giant iron shovel swept towards Ling Xiao with a ferocious storm of hell. Ling Xiao was also not afraid. With a thrust of his sword, the entire Lingyu courtyard was filled with dazzling light. Most of the martial artists could not see anything. They could only faintly see a rising sun rushing out at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, the light dissipated. Ling Xiao stood there with a pale face. There were dozens of wounds all over his body that were bleeding. However, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Manager Jiao was desperately roaring in pain. Flames were rolling on his body, and a strong burnt smell was constantly being released. Ling Xiao won? It seems so. Manager Jiao was burned to such a state. No way. A second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist defeated a sixth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Who would believe such a thing? But the truth in front of you, can you not believe it? In the crowd, many martial artists were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had seen. Pucci. Just when everyone thought that Manager Jiao was about to die, an extremely fast figure flew out from the flame and directly pierced Ling Xiao's body. What's going on? The reversal of the plot was too fast, and the crowd was confused. Standing behind Ling Xiao was a small figure about a foot tall. It was also red all over, but it was extremely ugly. As for that huge body, it had already been burned to ashes. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you didn't expect it, did you? That huge body was just a special ability of my martial soul. Now you know what despair is, right? The small figure did not stop attacking. It turned around and stabbed at Ling Xiao again. But this time, Ling Xiao did not let it succeed. He took a delicate step. Although the speed was not fast, it was obviously according to a special array. The small figure could not figure out his path, so it could not attack him. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Mother of Asterisk Cur, luckily I avoided the vital parts, otherwise I would have died. I didn't expect that there would be such a strange martial soul in this world. The small figure was Manager Jia's real body. Before Ling Xiao used the Rising Sun change, he did not expose his real body because he felt that it was not necessary. But now, he had to expose himself. Ling Gao's Rising Sun change was too terrifying, which was something that Manager Jia did not expect. That power had almost taken his life. Cousin, that small figure is Manager Jia? He's really short and ugly. What kind of martial soul does he have? Feng Yan'an forgot to worry at this time. Instead, she was attracted by Manager Jia's strange transformation. There's nothing strange about this. The mystic world is very big and there are all kinds of strange things. If I remember correctly, his martial soul should be the human skin martial soul recorded in the book. Feng Yishan explained. This kind of martial soul can not only change one's body, but also use the abilities of the changed body. Of course, the strength of the abilities is still the same as one's cultivation. Why does this martial soul sound so scary? Feng Yanren asked again. It's not scary, but it's really evil. This is because the changes of the human skin martial soul require human lives to maintain. This manager Jia has killed countless warriors in order to strengthen his human skin martial soul. The corner of Feng Yinshan's mouth twitched. This kind of evil martial soul was only recorded in books. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even with his wisdom, he felt that he could not accept it. While Feng Yinshan was speaking, Manager Jia did not attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he pounced on the corpses of the assassins who had died in battle. Then, his body quickly changed. His appearance turned into that of the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. This idiot assassin has a powerful martial soul but doesn't know how to use it. Then, let me take it. The corner of Manager Jia's mouth revealed a cold smile. It was sinister and ferocious. Chapter 1377. Steward Jia revealed a sinister smile. Then, his body suddenly flashed and turned into a ray of light that shot toward Ling Xiao. Radiant Sword Realm, kill! At this time, Ling Xiao was ambushed by Steward Jia, so his body was unable to move. After eating the elixir, he was still recovering, so he could only use the Sword Realm to resist. Rays of sword chi shot towards Steward Jia like thousands of arrows. It was very powerful. Child's play! However, Steward Jia wasn't afraid of the terrifying sword beams at all. His body transformed into an ice-cold liquid and easily dodged the sword beams' attacks. Raindrop martial soul? Ling Xiao finally understood what the martial soul of the assassin that Steward Jia had mentioned was. Raindrop, it was actually Raindrop. Although the raindrop was small, it had an incomparably magical effect, especially in the hands of a killer. It was a pity that the killer was too stupid. He was killed before he could use the special effect of the martial soul. Now that the martial soul was in Steward Jia's hands, it was used to perfection. Within Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain, Steward Jia moved about with ease, completely unobstructed. No, it looks like I can't block it. Ling Xiao frowned. The sun and moon shined together behind him, and then the sword realm changed again. Sun and Moon Sword Realm. The power of the Sun and Moon Sword Realm might not be stronger than the Radiant Sword Realm and the Dark Sword Realm, but it was more concentrated. There was no gap for the opponent to dodge. Light radiated in all directions, and Steward Jia obviously paused for a moment. He probably did not expect Ling Xiao's Sword Realm to have such a change. Ling Xiao is so young, but his heavenly abode realm has so many changes. If he is not a demon, there will be no demon in this world. That's right. To be able to force Steward Jia to this extent, he's pretty strong. Even if he really dies here today, his reputation will definitely spread. He will be the #1 genius in 100 years. Don't forget, there is still Ji Lingwei. Who is Ji Lingwei? Ji Lingwei. Forget it, let's watch the battle. Although the crowd was discussing, no one wanted to miss such an exciting battle. In the face of Ling Xiao's sun-moon sword domain, Steward Jia let out a furious roar. His body was actually enveloped by a huge mass of raindrops. When the sword aura struck the raindrops, it actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. It was actually unable to stop Steward Jia's attack. It's useless, Ling Xiao. You're dead meat today. After Manager Jia revealed his true form, he completely unleashed his strength. He's even more powerful than the giant monster from before. I reckon that even a martial artist at the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm is no match for him, right? Sigh, Ling Xiao does have a lot of skills, but no matter how many skills he has, they are still too insignificant in the face of great power. Watching this battle, people shook their heads helplessly. Ling Xiao's moves were varied and almost every one of them was very powerful. However, the gap between his cultivation and Steward Jia's was too big. Such moves could only bring the strength of the two closer, but could not completely make up for it. Although Ling Xiao's performance was much better than the other martial artists at the second Grotto Heaven Realm, after all, under the powerful Steward Jia's attack, if it were someone else, they would have already died. Ling Xiao was actually still alive and had even destroyed Steward Jia's powerful human skin transformation. It was impossible for that attack to have no effect on Steward Jia. At the very least, it had consumed a large amount of Steward Jia's domain energy, which was quite good. It was a pity that such a monstrous person would fall here today. Speaking of which, it was really a pity. Steward Jia's expression was cold. Today, Ling Xiao had made him lose face. Not only did he kill Jia Tianfeng in front of him, but he also destroyed his human skin transformation. Because of this, he revealed his ugly true form. That was his Achilles heel, something he was unwilling to expose for the rest of his life. Therefore, his hatred for Ling Xiao couldn't even be described as bone deep. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao also looked at Steward Jia. The Sun-Moon Sword domain was still releasing sword energy. Although it couldn't completely stop Steward Jia, it could slow down Steward Jia's speed and buy time for him to recover. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't kill you today. I'll still say the same thing. I'll make you into a human swine. I'll let you live and feel the pain of your friends and family dying one by one. I'll torture you to death. As he got closer and closer to Ling Xiao, Steward Jia seemed to see the hope of victory. His gloomy voice sounded in Ling Yu's courtyard. Many people felt a chill down their spines when they heard it. Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly, but he still didn't say anything. At this moment, it would be a waste of energy to speak. He wasn't that stupid. Cousin, let's help. If Ling Xiao really dies, your plan will be ruined. After all, Feng Yanran still had feelings for Ling Xiao, although she had never truly revealed these feelings. Moreover, Ling Xiao's parents were the saviors of the Divine Phoenix clan. If he dies today, it means that this is all he has. What can I do even if I save him? It was said that emperors were heartless. Feng Yishan had really interpreted this point well. In his eyes, only those who were useful to him were worth saving. If Ling Xiao couldn't play the role of attracting hatred, even if he died, Feng Yishan wouldn't feel that it was a pity. Cousin, you're too heartless. Feng Yanran said angrily. Since ancient times, emperors have been heartless. Moreover, today's situation is what Ling Xiao asked for. If I have to save him every time he's in danger, I might as well raise a dog. It's more useful than him. Feng Yishan's words were still cold. For some reason, although he wasn't very confident, he felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily. Ling Xiao had experienced so many dangers. He had even faced a powerful guy like Timur Mutu in the northern desert city and was fine. How could he die so easily this time? Feng Yishan's judgment shouldn't be that bad. What a pity. If he was given some time, his achievements definitely wouldn't be inferior to those old fellows of the 8 great clans. Ming Jin didn't have the same confidence that Feng Yishan had in Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao had really gone too far today. In the crowd, basically everyone had the same thought as Ming Jin. This time, Ling Xiao was really dead for sure. Unless someone came to save him, he would definitely die. It was really a pity. A peerless monster who had a high chance of becoming a human king was going to die just like that. Just like Ji Lingwa back then. Everyone had high hopes for the 12-year-old 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. But he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Would Ling Xiao make the same mistake today? Perhaps. Who told him to offend the Righteous Alliance? Steward Jia was a martial artist in his 40s. After revealing his true body, he had reached the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm, and now he was fighting with a 17-year-old youth. This wasn't fair in the first place. But in a battle of life and death, who cared whether it was fair or not? Wasn't all of this Ling Xiao asking for it? Who told Ling Xiao to want to kill Jia Tianfeng? Who told Ling Xiao to offend the Righteous Alliance? Perhaps Ling Xiao being killed by the assassins sent by Jia Tianfeng would be a blessing. Today, facing the powerful Steward Jia, Ling Xiao was probably going to be made into a terrifying human swine. Chapter 1378. It's broken! The crowd was surprised to find that Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword realm had been broken after holding on for a long time. Steward Jiao was only an inch away from Ling Xiao. Two strange blades that looked like flowing water appeared in his hands and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's body. Son of Light! Son of Shadow! At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly understood something. After experiencing a real battle, his divine sword of light and dark magic sword seemed to be leveling up again. A large amount of information poured into his mind. The feeling of not fully understanding drove him crazy. He needed to comprehend it now. He needed to comprehend it quietly. However, the battle in front of him would not end so easily. Steward Jia was too strong. He could only rely on the Son of Light and the Son of Shadow to hold him back. How annoying! Steward Jia was really angry. He had just broken Ling Xiao's light sword realm, but his hands were grabbed by two strange guys and he could not move. He was so angry that the two blades that were stabbing toward Ling Xiao were stabbed to the left and right respectively. Die! Bang! Smack! The Son of Light and the Son of Shadow were formed by Ling Xiao's power. At this moment, Ling Xiao was too weak, causing them to become weak as well. Facing Steward Jia's attack, they could only block one move before they were pierced. However, this also gave Ling Xiao another chance to catch his breath. You have a lot of tricks. Let's see how long you can delay it. Steward Jia sneered and attacked again. The two blades stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. This was clearly a situation where he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one move. Boom! The moment the two blades stabbed Ling Xiao condensed the light and shadow armor to his throat and blocked this fatal blow. However, the terrifying force still sent his body flying. He slid on the lake for a distance of 50 to 60 meters before he stopped. Puff! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth and sighed helplessly. He muttered to himself. Looks like it's time for her to come out and help. Even though I'll go all out and Steward Jia won't be able to kill me, it would be a loss if I missed the best time to comprehend. Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that his Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and demonic world annihilation art could be upgraded to a higher level at this moment. That way, the Divine Radiance Sword and the Dark Magic Sword would become even stronger. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to spend even more effort to comprehend it in the future. It was not worth it. Ha ha ha, brat, I want to see how many tricks you can use. Just use them. I want you to be tortured in despair. Steward Jiao was very satisfied with the current situation. He had the absolute advantage, and Ling Xiao had no chance to make a comeback. Therefore, he could completely trample on Ling Xiao now, and there was no need for him to be in too much of a hurry to kill him. This was really a wonderful situation. He felt the blood in his body boiling and burning. Once again, Steward Jia's figure instantly flashed and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even give Ling Xiao a chance to think as he ruthlessly smashed his fists at Ling Xiao's chest. The killing had turned into torture. A cruel smile appeared on Steward Jia's face. Bang! Ling Xiao resisted with all his strength, but the black and white light armor was actually shattered by Steward Jia's punch. The impact once again sent Ling Xiao into the lake. Blood spurted out again. Damn it! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Brother Ling Xiao, let me deal with him. In the mountain river world, the butterfly girl anxiously shouted. Although the butterfly girl's body was no different from before, the little girl had become more sensible. She naturally did not want Ling Xiao to continue suffering after seeing Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. That's right, my good disciple. Why don't you let Master help you destroy him? The Yuan Venerate said. Master, I didn't know in the past, but I understood after the last battle. Every time you fight for me, your soul will weaken a lot. Therefore, you should forget about it. I would rather die in battle than have you die for me. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice. Butterfly girl, you don't have to worry. Don't look at my sorry state now. Under such immense pressure, all aspects of my body's potential will be stimulated even more. This will help my comprehension of the light-shadow intent and increase my cultivation base. Wait a little longer. I will ask for your help when I can't hold on any longer. Ling Xiao had been beaten until he was vomiting blood continuously and felt as if several of his ribs had been broken. However, he was unwilling to give up. At the moment, he could clearly feel all the cells in his body being mobilized, including the cells that had been modified by the golden dragon's blood. They were multiplying at an accelerated rate. His potential was constantly surging out. Normally, he would not have such a good opportunity to cultivate. Boom! Ling Xiao burst out of the lake once again and stood in the void with the eighth light shadow intent behind him, the sun-moon divine wings. The light of the sun and moon blossomed at the same time as two huge swords appeared above his head. One was the divine light sword and the other was the dark demon sword. He was bleeding all over, but his face was full of frenzied and fervent fighting spirit. His spine was straight, and his head was raised high. Even under such difficult circumstances, he still had no intention of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. He still wanted to fight. The terrifying fighting spirit rose once again. Coupled with the constant mobilization of the potential in his body, Steward Jia actually felt immense pressure once again. Does Ling Xiao really not know how to be afraid? What a terrifying fellow! He possesses such terrifying mental strength and is indomitable. That's not all. Didn't you notice that although the power of the divine light sword and the dark demon sword is obviously not as strong as before? But the momentum and sword intent are not inferior to before. This fellow really wants to win. From the beginning, he never thought of the possibility of losing. Yes, even if he dies in the end, I'm afraid his belief will not change. This kind of fellow is the most difficult to deal with. Anyway, I definitely don't want to meet such an enemy. The crowd was discussing animatedly. They were all shocked by Ling Xiao's indomitable and crazy spirit. Since he was going to die no matter what, he would continue to be confident and persevere. Even if he died, it would be a worthy death. Damn it! Damn it! The stronger Ling Xiao's performance was, the angrier Steward Jia would be. He absolutely could not tolerate the birth of such a powerful fellow among mere insignificant humans. He could not accept it. Humans should be ants at the bottom of the myriad races. A human king and you make me feel disgusted. I must kill you! Kill you! Steward Jia said furiously. He suddenly changed his mind. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. He could not continue to play with him. He had to kill this fellow as soon as possible. Otherwise, a long delay might lead to trouble. Moreover, he felt that he could not afford to continue playing. Chapter 1379. Haha, it's really an honor for me to be compared with the human king. However, it's not up to you to decide whether a human is an ant or not. You've said many times that you want to kill me, but it's always just empty words. Ling Xiao smiled. Although his smile was a little tragic, it still infuriated Steward Jia. Torrential pear blossom sword! Steward Jia was completely enraged. The raindrops behind him suddenly enlarged. Countless raindrops turned into terrifying sword chi and shot toward Ling Xiao. Obviously, the power of these sword chi was stronger than Ling Xiao's sun and moon sword field. Under the cultivation of the sixth grotto heaven realm, the power of any move would definitely be enhanced. These terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, emitting ear-piercing screeches. Then, they shot toward Ling Xiao's vital points one after another. Sky Devil Extermination! Rising Sun! In the face of Steward Jia's terrifying killing move, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. In addition to the light and shadow armor covering his whole body, he waved the two giant swords at the same time. Half of it was darkness, and the other half was light. Countless sword chi were torn apart, crushed, and destroyed by these two forces. Bah! The continuous impact made Ling Xiao vomit blood again. His face turned pale, and the sun and moon divine wings on his back began to tremble. It seemed that they could no longer support his body to float in the air. However, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ling Xiao's eyes were still bright and spirited. His body stood proudly in the void with the two swords above his head. He looked at Steward Jia mockingly and said, "It's not that easy to kill me. When I was still a beggar, many people said that I was like a cockroach with 100 lives. This guy is really not afraid of death. He's really strong and brave. He'd rather break his pride than bend." People looked at Ling Xiao, who was floating in the void. He was obviously wounded, but he had no intention of retreating. He was like a copper pea that could not be steamed, boiled, smashed, or turned blue. Steward Jia's attack was so fierce and furious, but he could still block it. Although every time he blocked, he would inevitably suffer more injuries, but he did not even have the slightest thought of retreating. "I told you, I hate that look in your eyes the most. He was clearly a lowly human being. The lowest birth. How dare you look at me like that? You should obediently be trampled to death like smelly Zhong." Manager Jia was about to go crazy. He had thought that he would be able to kill Ling Xiao this time, but who would have thought that after all this trouble, it would still be a waste of time. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply a real sticky candy. It was too difficult to kill him. Although Steward Jia knew very well that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to make a comeback today, he was still unable to kill a 17-year-old second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist in his 40s. He was also a noble Hell Race martial artist, but he was unable to kill a 17-year-old second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This feeling was too depressing and too embarrassing. If word got out, how was he going to survive in the future? He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be embarrassed to death in the future. "Let's see if your bones are harder or if my attack is stronger." The raindrops behind Steward Jia changed again. Under his control, they gradually condensed into a huge iron shovel. This iron shovel was exactly the same as the one he had used before. Then, the iron shovel flickered with a green light and the aura of death was continuously released. Some people even vaguely saw strange ghosts on the iron shovel. "Cousin, Ling Xiao can't hold on any longer. He has reached his limit. Do you really want the world to say that you are cold and heartless? Don't forget, a lot of people know about your alliance with Ling Xiao. They aren't fools. If Ling Xiao dies, you'll have one less barrier. They'll come after you to settle the score." Feng Yanran shouted anxiously. She had thought about it. Instead of begging Feng Yishan, it was better to grasp the main point and explain it. Her words stunned Feng Yishan for a moment. "Your Highness, Princess Yanran is right. Right now, we have Ling Xiao attracting the firepower, so we can be so peaceful. If Ling Xiao dies, those people will definitely swarm to deal with us." Ming Jin also said, "If it is not convenient for your Highness to make a move, how about this subordinate do it?" Ming Jin knew very well that Feng Yishan was very strong. Among the 10 Phoenix Sons, he was ranked second. That was because Feng Yishan was good at disguising himself. His true strength was probably not inferior to Feng Mingqishan, who was ranked first. Of course, the person who had suddenly appeared seemed to be suppressing the two of them on the surface. However, no one knew what the actual situation was. After all, the three of them had never truly fought. This king said that he was the one who caused today's matter, so he should be responsible to the end. Not to mention that Ling Xiao is only this king's ally, even if he was this king's subordinate, it would be the same. You should know very well that this king does not like people who cause trouble everywhere," Feng Yishan said coldly. Ming Jin sighed and did not say anything else. He knew very well that Feng Yishan was a person who liked to endure. Unless he was forced to do so, or if there was a great benefit, he would not make a move. Feng Yanran was in complete despair. Her cousin had said these words, which meant that it was absolutely impossible for him to save Ling Xiao. Her heart was trembling. "Cousin, don't forget that Ling Xiao's parents helped our divine phoenix race. Otherwise, this country would be destroyed, and you and I would not be able to live," Feng Yanran said. "You don't need to remind me of this. That is that. When Ling Xiao dies, I will give him a grand funeral. But then again, I really don't believe that the son of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua would be killed so easily, Feng Nishan said indifferently. Cousin, have you forgotten Ji Linghua? She is the girl you admired and liked the most when you were young. How is her talent? Is she the daughter of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua? What happened in the end? Feng Yanran roared. Feng Nishan was silent for a long time and did not speak. Ji Linghua was the eternal pain in his heart. This was also the reason why he had not really found a woman until now. At most, he would just play with her. Do you not trust him that much? Feng Nishan suddenly asked. Ling Xiao should have been killed by Manager Jiao. But now, do you see any trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face? He is a madman. Are you also a fool? Feng Yanran was about to go crazy. I don't believe that you can't see Ling Xiao's current situation. If you don't want to save him, then don't save him. Don't make it sound so dignified. If you don't save him, I will find someone else to do it. After saying this, she turned and was about to leave. Pa! A hand gently patted the back of her neck. Feng Yanran's eyes immediately closed, and she fainted. You really don't give me any trouble. Feng Nishan sighed and placed Feng Yanran on a chair beside him. Your Highness, are we really not going to save Ling Xiao? Ming Jin could not help but ask. Let me tell you the truth. I am waiting, Feng Nishan said helplessly. Chapter 1380. Wait? Ming Jin looked at Feng Nishan in confusion. He didn't know what His Highness was waiting for. Yes, Ling Xiao shouldn't only have one moon maiden behind him. Moreover, Ji Linghua should still be alive. Feng Nishan sighed. What? Ming Jin suddenly felt that there was a huge secret hidden behind this that he didn't know about. He didn't want to know, but Feng Nishan didn't stop. He was still talking to himself. Around 14 years ago, Ling Xiao was only 3 years old. At that time, he should have seen his older sister, Ji Linghua, but because he was too young, his memories might have been hazy. At that time, I was only 13 years old. Although I was considered a genius of the clan and had high hopes for me like Feng Mingqishan, no one in Ji Linghua could compare to me. But in that era, no genius could compare to Ji Linghua. The 13-year-old me was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, but what about her? 10th grotto heaven realm. This disparity was too terrifying. It was precisely because of this that the 8 great clans were afraid. Behind Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanhua's backs, they secretly negotiated with the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan and came up with a plan to make Ji Linghua disappear. You should know what happened after that, so I won't say more. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua were tricked. When they went to an even more distant place to find Ji Linghua, their daughter's martial soul was extracted. What? Hearing this, Ming Jin felt a chill run down his spine. The 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan had worked together to extract the martial soul of a 12-year-old girl. You should know that a martial artist whose martial soul is extracted will die, so they didn't care about that girl. But who would have thought that the person guarding Ji Linghua would be killed and Ji Linghua would mysteriously disappear? At this point, Feng Nishan revealed a mocking smile and said, A little girl went missing, but the ancestors of the 8 great clans were frightened and uneasy because they were afraid of Ji Linghua's talent. They were afraid that Ji Linghua would come back for revenge. Although they extracted the child's martial soul, they still felt uneasy. But 10 some years later, Ji Linghua didn't appear. Instead, a Ling Xiao appeared. A man whose talent and potential didn't lose to his sisters. Do you know why the Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Ping race worked together? It was because they didn't want the events of the past to happen again. They couldn't afford that kind of torment. However, Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua were there to protect Ji Linghua, so they had to act in secret. And today, with the Moon Maiden protecting Ling Xiao, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing openly. At this point, Feng Nishan couldn't help but grin. Back then, I was a witness to the ruthlessness and darkness of this world. Therefore, you should understand that I will not save Ling Xiao. My sympathy has completely disappeared since that incident. Ming Jin silently looked at Ling Xiao. He suddenly felt that the sisters, Ji Lingwei and Ling Xiao, were really too pitiful. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei were even more pitiful. He was clearly the hero who had saved the divine Phoenix continent, yet the person he had saved had plotted against his own daughter. Fortunately, they didn't know the truth. Otherwise, they would be in so much pain and complain. Ji Lingwei had not appeared for more than 10 years. She was either dead or had disappeared into the crowd. Was Ling Xiao going to die today? Ming Jin thought of himself and couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to help because his background was also miserable. However, he was one of Feng Yinshan's people. If Feng Yinshan didn't let him do it, he wouldn't do it. The only thing worth rejoicing about now was that the son of those two legendary figures wasn't a coward. If he was given enough time to grow, he would grow into someone even stronger than his parents. Perhaps he wasn't that great, and was even a little cold-blooded and cruel, but Ming Jin felt that if he wanted to obtain better things in the mystic world, Ling Xiao's personality was necessary. Ling Xiao's parents, those two legendary figures, were a little too kind, so much so that they allowed many shameless people to live. In the air, Ling Xiao was constantly panting. He could feel that the Crimson Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art were beginning to change at the same time. Although his injuries weren't light, after using them this time, the feeling of enlightenment was even more obvious. Not only that, he felt that his cultivation at the peak of the second Grotto Heaven realm seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. As long as he didn't die today, his strength would definitely increase by an astonishing amount. It seemed that this kind of life-and-death battle was still very useful. Although it was more dangerous, he still benefited a lot. However, at this moment, Manager Jia also noticed his situation. At this most critical moment of enlightenment, Manager Jia wanted to kill him, and not give him any chance to become stronger again. Annihilation Blade, Water Spout. Amidst his furious roar, Manager Jia unleashed an even stronger attack. The iron shovel condensed from huge raindrops in his hand was like a giant blade as it slashed down at Ling Xiao. The terrifying martial soul combined with the powerful force actually turned the blade into a huge object that was more than 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. More importantly, its speed was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao definitely won't be able to dodge this blade. Many people in the crowd closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see such a peerless monster be killed just like that. Ming Jin also let out a long sigh. Feng Yinshan revealed a disappointed expression. Was Ling Xiao really going to die? What is he doing? However, at this moment, people realized that Ling Xiao had actually closed his eyes. Has he finally accepted his fate of failure? It seems that no matter how strong a warrior is, he still has a weak side in the end. He's finally tired and can't hold on any longer. Has he accepted his fate? Just accept your fate. In this world, not everyone can defy the heavens and change their fate. Go to hell! When Manager Jia saw Ling Xiao close his eyes, he actually heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Ling Xiao, this troublesome fellow, couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried. That would be too tiring. Boom! With a loud bang, jaws dropped to the ground. Manager Jia's huge blade slashed down, but it didn't touch Ling Xiao. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a ball of 7-colored light flickering there. After the huge blade she slashed on it, it couldn't move anymore. What's going on? Not only was the crowd confused, but Manager Jia himself was also puzzled. Who is it? Manager Jia's attack failed, and he became even more annoyed. He stared coldly at the small ball of 7-colored light above Ling Xiao's head and roared loudly. At this moment, people gradually saw that the 7-colored light floating above Ling Xiao's head was actually a butterfly. A 7-colored butterfly. However, the strange thing was that apart from the wings, the rest of the butterfly looked exactly the same as a human. It was a delicate, charming, and extremely cute little beauty. You're not allowed to bully my big brother Ling Xiao. The butterfly girl let out a pleasant voice. Everyone felt their hearts go soft, and their bodies feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 1381. What monster is this? Steward Jia warily looked at the butterfly lady, his heart trembling. He was confident that even a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm expert would have to expend a great deal of effort to deal with that attack just now. But this little fellow had managed to deal with it so easily. He was truly starting to worry. In the distance, Feng Yishan and Ming Jin were also flabbergasted. After a long while, Ming Jin asked, "Your Highness, it seems that the one helping Ling Xiao wasn't Ji Lingwei. This Ling Xiao actually had such a trump card? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Feng Yishan's body was trembling. If he had known that Ling Xiao had such a powerful trump card other than the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, perhaps he really would have gone to save Ling Xiao. In that case, Ling Xiao might even have owed him a favor. In truth, when Ling Xiao was on the Celestial Dragon continent, there were some rumors that he had a beautiful butterfly by his side. Unfortunately, no one ever saw it again, so this subordinate has no way of knowing anything about this butterfly. Ming Jin helplessly said, "This subordinate is incompetent. Your Highness, please punish me. Forget it. Everything is fated. Ling Xiao isn't fated to die." As Feng Yinshan said this, he thought to himself, is this really fated? Why does it feel like everything is within Ling Xiao's calculations? Others might not know about Ling Xiao's trump card, but Ling Xiao was keenly aware of it. The Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Ping race had all been played by this brat. Swoosh! While Feng Yishan and Ming Jin were still in shock, the butterfly lady had already made her move. Above the 7-colored wings, a red and an orange light suddenly shot out. The light was like a rope as it pounced towards Steward Jia. It was even faster than Ling Xiao's sword. It was like a bolt of lightning, causing Steward Jia's soul to tremble. In the end, Steward Jia was still an expert. When he sensed the terror of this rainbow light, he chose not to meet it head-on, instead dodging into the air. However, the butterfly lady's attack did not stop. Another 2 beams of light shot out, covering the upper and lower spaces respectively. The yellow and green lights were the same as the red and orange lights from before. They were filled with a dangerous aura. Damn it! Manager Jia couldn't understand how such a tiny little thing could have such terrifying strength. Just the sharp pressure brought about by the attack made him not dare to take it head-on. This was completely different from the feeling of fighting with Ling Xiao. Although it was troublesome to fight with Ling Xiao, he still had the upper hand. However, when fighting with this little guy, there was a terrifying feeling of being completely suppressed. Retreat! Blocked from all directions, Manager Jia could only retreat. Unfortunately, the butterfly girl seemed to have predicted his actions. 2 more rays of light, one from the front and one from the back, completely surrounded Manager Jia. These 2 rays of light, one green and one blue, were equally terrifying. Like a bird in a cage, all of Steward Jia's escape routes were blocked, so the only thing he could do now was to meet force with force. What a powerful little butterfly! She seemed to have called Big Brother Ling Xiao just now, right? How could Ling Xiao have such a cute and powerful sister? She's too domineering. She's much more powerful than her brother Ling Xiao. She's simply not giving Manager Jia a way out. The crowd watched in astonishment as the butterfly girl attacked Manager Jia. Today's battle was really full of changes. Every time they thought it was about to end, there would always be a new event that made them excited. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, little thing? Manager Jia had nowhere to retreat and was completely enraged. His body suddenly spun and countless water droplets splashed out, forming a tyrannical water droplet sword that was incomparably sharp. Ugly, you're not my match. However, I won't kill you. I'll leave it to Big Brother Ling Xiao to deal with you. The butterfly girl's innocent voice rang out, causing Steward Jia to fly into a rage upon hearing it. On the contrary, the surrounding warriors couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a cute little girl. Anyone would feel that it was rare. After saying that, the crowd realized that Manager Jia's attack was completely blocked by the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue lights. Then, it quickly disappeared without any effect. Seeing this scene, Steward Jia really panicked. Little girl, what benefits did he give you? Uncle can give you even better. Anyway, he's about to die. Why are you still helping him? When Manager Jia saw that he wasn't a match for the butterfly girl, he actually used a despicable tactic to trick her. Perhaps he felt that the butterfly girl was so young and naive, so she would definitely be easy to trick. However, he didn't know that the butterfly girl and Ling Xiao's souls had already fused together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were as close as father and daughter. The butterfly girl's feelings for Ling Xiao wasn't something that Manager Jia could understand. He was dreaming if he wanted to sow discord. You're a bad person. The butterfly girl won't leave Big Brother Ling Xiao. Big Brother Ling Xiao treats me the best. Wasn't that right? Ling Xiao had given a large amount of spirit stones, Dharma treasures, and those natural treasures to this little girl to eat. Even without the fusion of souls, Manager Jia couldn't compare with him just based on this point. After all, Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Many delicious elixirs could only be refined by Ling Xiao. They couldn't be bought on the market. It was even more impossible for Manager Jia to obtain them. Finally, the 6 lights gradually turned into 6 colored walls. Furthermore, they were transparent. People could see Manager Jia's struggling figure in the 6-colored square from the outside. He was like a pitiful bug that was trapped in a bottle. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. It ended just like that. People couldn't accept such an ending. Steward Jia was about to kill Ling Xiao when such a little cutie suddenly appeared and toyed with Steward Jia in the palm of his hand, easily capturing him alive. In that case, why did Ling Xiao fight so hard earlier? They looked at Ling Xiao, only to find that there were 2 giant swords hanging above Ling Xiao's head. One was a radiant divine sword that was dazzling. The other was a dark demonic sword that was eerie and terrifying. Not only were Ling Xiao's injuries constantly healing, but his aura was also constantly rising. It can't be. Could it be that this fellow is treating Manager Jia as a sparring partner? He could have easily killed Manager Jia from the beginning, but he didn't do so. It turns out that we were worried for nothing. Yes, everything seems to be under his control. He can't die at all. He doesn't need anyone to save him. He can save himself. It's funny that the Jia family, the Peacock family, and the Great Rock family thought that they could easily kill Ling Xiao after luring away Cold Plum and the Moon Lady. In the end, they suffered a double loss. All their efforts were for nothing. Yes, Jia Tianfeng was killed, Kong Ming was killed, and Manager Jia was captured alive. I guess those experts who lured away Cold Plum and the Moon Lady won't have it easy. What's this? His scheming was too clever and ended up ruining Qingqing's life. I reckon that Steward Jia would never have thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao in the end. Chapter 1382. Although no one knew where the butterfly lady came from, what was certain was that the butterfly lady was definitely Ling Xiao's capable helper, and had always been by Ling Xiao's side. The fact that the butterfly lady could capture Steward Jia alive so easily proved that she was much more powerful than Steward Jia. So many people wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they did not even understand the most basic situation of Ling Xiao. It was really pitiful. On a tree hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, there was a lazily dressed man with an unshaven beard. He looked like he was in his 40s, but if one looked carefully, one would realize that he was not even 30 years old. He leaned against the tree branch with a wine gourd in his hand. He drank wine while watching the battle in the distance. Ling Yu, it's been 17 years. Back then, we were still children. However, we were innocent and happy. I once swore to protect you for the rest of your life. However, in the end, I was unable to help you. Today, I originally wanted to save your younger brother, but I realized that this kid is much more powerful than I imagined. Perhaps his talent is really not inferior to yours. He smiled faintly, leaped into the air, and left, leaving behind only the smell of alcohol. He came and left in a hurry. However, a moment after he left, another person appeared on the tree. It was none other than Hong Qi. Liquor Demon's sword? I didn't expect this fellow to be childhood sweethearts with the daughters of my two benefactors and have such deep feelings for her. Hong Chi had investigated. Liquor Demon Sword's name had already spread throughout Divine Phoenix 10 years ago. This person's swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. 10 years ago, he was only 17 years old, the same age as Ling Xiao, but his cultivation was already at the third level of the yin-yang realm. Such terrifying potential made even Feng Mingxiao blush with shame. No one knew Liquor Demon Sword's real name, but Hong Chi had investigated and found that during Ji Lingyue's childhood, she had indeed met a young man whose talent she admired. Even Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei did not know about this. They didn't even know where this young man came from or whose family he was from. Now that the Liquor Demon Sword was 27 years old, it was hard for Hong Chi to find out what level his cultivation had reached. However, he was certain that he was even more terrifying than the current him. In Hong Chi's opinion, the only martial artist in the entire Divine Phoenix continent who could contend against the Moon Maiden in a one-on-one battle was the Wine Demon's Sword. No one else could do it. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the other side. Hong Chi looked up and saw that it was the six-colored cube that had opened. Steward Jia was thrown out. However, he looked dispirited and sorrowful at the moment. He was no longer as domineering as before. Although his transformation hadn't been removed, his cultivation had clearly been crippled by the Butterfly Lady. Right now, he was a cripple. Not only was his cultivation completely gone, but the tendons in his arms and legs had also been completely severed. Even walking was a problem. Oh, this little guy must have also been influenced by Ling Xiao. He actually acted so decisively and ruthlessly. Now, this old man can be at ease. Hong Chi was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become a soft-hearted person because he had taken such a detour before. Because of a moment of soft-heartedness, he had buried hidden dangers around him and was finally crippled. He didn't want Ling Xiao to walk down his old path. However, after so many days of observation, he could be completely at ease. Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would be soft-hearted. His ruthlessness wasn't any worse than anyone else's. Seeing this, Hong Chi felt that there was no need to stay any longer and left. With the Butterfly Lady around, Ling Xiao would naturally be fine. At this moment, the Butterfly Lady was lying quietly on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Although she looked harmless, anyone would know that this little guy couldn't be provoked after seeing the crippled Steward Jia. At this moment, Ling Xiao had completely entered a state of cultivation. Because he trusted the Butterfly Lady, he knew that the Butterfly Lady wouldn't let him be disturbed. Everyone looked at this guy with a bitter smile on their faces. Facing a powerful enemy, he could still continuously increase his strength in battle and finally choose to comprehend as if no one else was around. This kind of willpower was really unparalleled. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and immersed himself in the mountain river world. At this moment, night and day were constantly alternating in the mountain river world. The power of light and the power of shadow were also alternating and becoming stronger. The two powers were clearly opposite, but they also reinforced each other, causing Ling Xiao's aura to also increase at an accelerated rate. In the sky of the mountain river world, there were also two huge swords hanging. They were exactly the same as the two huge swords hanging above his head outside. During the day, the rising sun in the sky finally released an even more powerful heat and an even more dazzling light. Scorching Sun Transformation, success? The second transformation of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations had finally broken through. This was really all thanks to Steward Jia. If it wasn't for Steward Jia's relentless desire to kill him, causing the potential in his body to be constantly stimulated, such a breakthrough would really be somewhat difficult. Then the day turned into night. In the night, a heart-palpitating power suddenly appeared. At this moment, everyone who was surrounding and looking at Ling Xiao felt a strong wave of palpitations in their hearts, as if their souls had been pierced by the cold sword qi. It was incomparably terrifying. That was because Ling Xiao's demonic world annihilation art had also advanced to a higher level, demonic heart annihilation. The heart destruction sword had the most obvious effect on the soul. It was no wonder that at that moment, those people felt a terrifying demonic shadow appear in their hearts. However, after these two moves had broken through, Ling Xiao didn't open his eyes. The divine light sword and the dark demonic sword merged into one above his head. It was a strange sword, neither black nor white. Its entire body was a strange purple, and even its shape was very unique. "That's the human king's sword!" In the crowd, someone exclaimed. "I've seen ancient records before. The divine sword used by the human king was a purple treasured sword, and he had always been using it." That's right, this was the human king's sword. Ling Xiao condensed the sword based on the memories of the human king's remnant soul, a terrifying divine sword that merged the divine light sword and the dark demonic sword. Its power was stronger than the previous two, and it could also increase as the power of the previous two increased. Of course, the most important thing was that the human king's sword was not affected by attributes, but it could mobilize the power of the 9 cauldrons and the imperial jade seal. When cultivated to the extreme, its power would probably surpass all the martial techniques in the mystic world. Although the current Ling Xiao was still unable to fully unleash this power, it was still better than any martial technique or weapon, because it would continuously grow stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. The sword was formed. The breakthrough also became a matter of course. The terrifying power broke through the shackles of the second paradise realm, allowing Ling Xiao to step into the third paradise realm. However, because of the intimidating power of the human king's sword, the crowd ignored his breakthrough in cultivation. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he looked up, he saw Manager Jia lying on the ground. Chapter 1383. It's been hard on you, butterfly girl. It's not hard at all, big brother Ling Xiao. It's just that you don't need the shadow sword anymore, right? Are you going to let me eat it? The butterfly girl giggled. That's right. Now that I've broken through, the soft sword is no longer suitable for me. In order to let the power in my body get a stronger release, it's best to have a heavy sword. Heavy, edgeless, heavy sword. What Ling Xiao needed now was a heavy sword that could allow him to release his moves to the greatest extent. I knew that big brother Ling Xiao treats me the best. Then I'll go rest first. Every time I finish a fight, I'm so tired. The butterfly girl yawned and was sent into the mountain river world by Ling Xiao. It seemed that in this world, only the butterfly girl wouldn't become his martial spirit after entering the mountain river world as a living creature. Ling Xiao still hadn't figured out the little girl's secret, but it didn't matter. To him, the butterfly girl was like a daughter. Although as a 17-year-old youth, he still didn't know what the relationship between father and daughter was, he knew very well that he had to protect this little cutie. This was also the reason why he didn't let the butterfly girl fight for so long. Today's situation was because he had no other choice. After the butterfly girl entered the mountain river world, Ling Xiao walked over and glanced at Steward Jia, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retreated. Don't worry, as long as you tell me who's behind this, I can spare your life. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I've already said it before. If Jia Tianfeng and Kongming don't say it, you'll tell me. I'm not saying it for your own good. Knowing their identity won't do you any good. Steward Jia hurriedly said. It's not up to you to judge whether it's beneficial or not. Now you just need to tell me who they are. That's enough. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Steward Jia had been hesitating for a long time. When he was crippled by the butterfly girl, he had thought about it. No matter what, he had to save his life today. A dead person couldn't be revived. However, even if all the tendons in his hands and feet were broken, even if his cultivation was crippled, there was still the possibility of cultivating again. If he died, there would be nothing left. All right, I'll tell you. But don't blame me for not warning you if anything happens. Steward Jia accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and said, I only have one request. Let me go. No problem. I'm not interested in killing a piece of trash. After Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, he no longer put Steward Jia in his eyes. Not to mention that Steward Jia was now a cripple, even if his cultivation was not crippled, he would not be Ling Xiao's opponent. What was there to be afraid of? All right. Actually, the one who instigated us was Yuan. At this point, Steward Jia suddenly revealed a look of horror. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground. Sure enough, he was still killed by a sharp and hard-to-detect sword chi in the crowd. You want to run after killing someone? Ling Xiao pointed out a finger, and a terrifying aura passed through the crowd, nailing a guy who was trying to escape to a tree. However, that person instantly chose to commit suicide. He was much more straightforward than Manager Jia. A death warrior? Ling Xiao sighed. He did not go over to check. It was unnecessary to check. Generally, people who came out to silence people would not leave any clues on their bodies, unless they planned to frame others. It would be a waste of time to check. However, Ming Jin still went over to check. The result was the same as Ling Zhao's guess. Other than knowing that the Death Warrior was a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he did not know anything else. Yuan? Yuan what? Ling Xiao frowned, thinking about the clues left behind by Steward Jia. Feng Yinchan's expression was not normal. He seemed to have thought of something, but he calmed down in an instant. Brother Ling is really lucky. You were able to survive in such a dangerous situation. It seems that I was right not to make a move. Feng Yinchan walked forward with a smile, cupped his hands, and said to Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to make a move. Aren't you the one who benefited the most from today's trap? Do you think that you set up the trap well? Are you very smart? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yinchan and said indifferently. We are allies, but I have to remind you. Don't scheme against me in the future. I'm not a fool. Sincere cooperation is good for both of us. Feng Yinchan's expression did not change as he smiled and said, Brother Ling, are you blaming me for not helping? Do you think I would? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I caused this trouble. You were right not to get involved. You and I are not friends, so there is no need for you to clean up after me. Of course, there is no need for me to clean up after you. Actually, from the very beginning, Ling Xiao knew that he could not become friends with Feng Yinchan. This person was too scheming. If it was just scheming against enemies, he would not hate it. However, if he also schemed against friends and family, he would be unhappy. Feng Yinchan was very embarrassed, but he did not feel any regret. Although the butterfly girl's appearance surprised him, even if he had to make a decision now, he still would not save Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a very strong ally, but he was very difficult to control. Feng Yinchan liked the feeling of having everything in his hands. Yanran, what's wrong? Ling Xiao did not mock Feng Yinchan again. After all, he was still an ally, and there were times when he could use him. At least on the surface, he could use Feng Yinchan's name to do some things. It would be more convenient than fighting alone. He looked at Feng Yanran and asked, Yanran wanted me to save you and wanted to find reinforcements. In the end, I knocked her unconscious. Feng Yinchan replied. Feng Yinchan replied. He was not lying about this. You can actually do this, hee. Ling Xiao laughed. It was unknown whether it was mockery or he really found it funny. He walked over and woke Feng Yanran up and thanked her. Feng Yanran saw that Ling Xiao was alive. Although she did not know what had happened, her heart was at ease. She had a lot to say to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was in a hurry to go somewhere else. Cold Plum and the Moon Maiden were still fighting. Ling Xiao was worried. However, just as he was about to get up, the two of them returned. Cold Plum was unharmed, and she was holding a head in her hand. It was the head of an elder of the peacock race. The Moon Maiden was also in good condition. She looked spotless, as if she had not gone through any battle. In fact, there was indeed no battle. The goal of the three people was to delay her, and she was very confident in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was not in danger, she would not have made a move. Thus, even when Steward Jiao was killed and the three people left, the Moon Maiden did not make a move. Everyone leave Lingyu courtyard, Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why? Many people were puzzled by Ling Xiao's words. Because I want to destroy this place. Ling Zhao's voice was very calm and certain. This place was built by his parents. Ling Yu Courtyard was probably built by the two of them together, and it was also related to his sister. This place might have been a beautiful and peaceful place in the beginning. But now, it was full of arrogance and filth. It had been completely tainted by the Jia family. It was better to destroy it than to keep it. Chapter 1384. On this day, a major event took place in the Divine Phoenix capital. The Lingyu villa that had been established for nearly 20 years had been reduced to ashes by a great fire. The flames burned for 4 hours before finally being extinguished. Those who saw it all said that it was like the end of the world. Strangely, however, none of the buildings near the Lingyu villa had been destroyed. And on this day, Ling Zhao's name became a legend once more. While everyone else was discussing this matter, Ling Xiao had already returned to Qingshu College and entered a secret realm to cultivate. He had gained far too much from his battle with Steward Jia. Just a moment of enlightenment was not enough to completely digest all that experience. What he needed to do now was consolidate his cultivation and work even harder to master the Divine Sword of Light, the Demon Sword of Darkness, and the Human King's Sword. On the first day of Ling Yao's return to Qingshu College, everything was calm and peaceful. But in the quiet capital, undercurrents were surging. With the deaths of Jia Tianfeng and Kongming, as well as the deaths of Ji Mingxing, Feng Mingheishan, and Ping Yu, Ling Xiao had thoroughly angered some of the major factions of the capital. The Righteous Alliance's Jia Clan, Peacock Race, Great Ping Race, and Feng Ming Limitless faction hated Ling Xiao to the bone. In a certain part of the capital, in a pitch-black space, one could vaguely make out several figures. They were seated around a circular table, and the atmosphere was cold and frozen. "Ling Xiao must die," an elderly voice coldly said after a long while. "But Ling Xiao has the Moon Maiden protecting him. We can't send all of our forces to deal with the Moon Maiden alone. If both sides are heavily injured, the Black Crow Empire might be able to take advantage of the situation," another person said. "The matter of the Moon Maiden is truly very difficult to deal with. With her here, we'll have to pay an enormous price to kill Ling Xiao," another person said. "Is it because of this that our people died for nothing? Are your Peacock Race, Great Peng Race, and Jia Clan all trash?" The first person to speak suddenly turned to the other three. The faces of these three were illuminated by the dim lanterns. They were the Righteous Alliance Lord and the Jia Clan Patriarch. The leader of the Peacock Race, the #1 expert of the race, Kong Ran. The Patriarch of the Great Ping Clan, the #1 expert of the clan, Ping Nantian. The three of them were yin-yang stage powerhouses, and their cultivations had all reached the second level of yin-yang stage. Although they were not as strong as Feng Mingxiao or the Moon Maiden, if the three of them worked together, they could still shock countless cultivators. However, that fellow in the darkness who did not show his face actually dared to speak to them in such a manner. How terrifying was that person's strength! "First seat, it's not that we're useless. It's just that the Moon Lady is too strong. She's an expert from the primordial era. Even if the three of us join forces, we're still no match for her. We can only delay her for a while," the **** said with a frown. "Enough! I don't want to hear such words. After what Ling Xiao did in Ling Yu's villa, he must be taught a lesson no matter what," the first seat said. The elder called chief shouted, "Let Heavenly Heroing, Sword Demon, and Zhu Wen go. The three of them are Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. They are also the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun, Sword Phoenix Sun, and Vermilion Bird Phoenix Sun of the 10 Phoenix Suns. With them taking action, the Moon Maiden shouldn't interfere. If she does, this seat will personally stop her. I'll leave the rest to you." The three of them rejoiced at these words. The Lightning Eagle Phoenix Sun had been ranked 8th, but because of the addition of a fellow who was said to be even stronger than Feng Yishan and Feng Minkishan, his ranking had dropped by 1. As for the Sword Demon, he was the 10th Phoenix Sun that Feng Minwu had bestowed upon him. He was not necessarily weaker than the Lightning Eagle Phoenix Sun, but because he was new, he was ranked last. As for Zhuwen, he was the vermilion bird phoenix son, who had been ranked 7th and was now ranked 8th. These three people had similar cultivation and strength. They were all third grotto heaven realm geniuses. Furthermore, they were not ordinary third grotto heaven realm martial artists. They were all geniuses and were much stronger than ordinary third grotto heaven realm martial artists. If Ling Xiao was here, he would probably be very interested in the name of the sword demon. This was because this person had once destroyed his statue in the divine capital and killed many of his subjects. After Ling Xiao came to the divine phoenix capital, he had once looked for the sword demon. Unfortunately, this person was not in the city at that time. It was said that he had gone outside to visit a friend under the orders of his sect. Therefore, he had never been able to take revenge. Of course, the sword demon was also anxious to see Ling Xiao. He was very disappointed that he did not see Ling Xiao in the divine capital. With these three people taking action, even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will definitely lose a layer of skin. The three of them revealed smiles. These three people were not trash like Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. They were much stronger than Ping Yu and Kong He. Any one of them could make Ling Xiao suffer, not to mention the three of them working together. In that case, let's move out immediately, the chief said coldly. Yes. The chief, Kong ran, and Ping Nantian turned and left. The rest of the shadows also gradually disappeared. There were actually quite a few of them that weren't corporeal, but were just soul's shadows. Although they were created by relying on magic treasures, and were completely different from the astral projection of the primordial spirit, they still required a powerful soul force to be able to do so. At the very least, they had to be yin-yang realm experts. From this, it could be seen that there were a total of 10 people in this room, and they were all yin-yang realm experts. With so many experts gathered together, it was quite terrifying. However, the funny thing was that they had gathered together just to deal with a 17-year-old boy. When only the chief was left in the dark room, he gently knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "Wind Demon, you go with them. Find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao." "Master, is there a need to do this? It's just Ling Xiao. It should be easy for the three Phoenix Sons to kill him, right?" In the darkness, a shadow flickered and said with a sinister voice, "Don't be careless. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary kid. He has created miracles time and time again. Even I am a little surprised. This kid is probably harder to deal with than Ji Lingwei back then," the chief said coldly. "Master is right. However, no matter how strong Ji Lingwei is, her martial soul was extracted. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. She should be dead by now, right? That might not be the case. That little girl's talent is too terrifying. Just in terms of martial arts, it's already frightening. Not to mention, she also inherited her mother's attainments in the aspect of soul force. As long as I don't see her corpse, I won't be at ease." The chief shook his head and said, "Do. Ling Xiao will definitely die. I will not allow a second Ji Lingwei to appear." "Yes." In Qingshu College, Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Feng Minglian, and the others were in seclusion. At this moment, there were 3 people standing on the statues of the past presidents in Qingshu College's square. One held a black long sword. He was cold and sinister and looked down on everything. One had a pair of wings on his back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked majestic. One had a 7-colored light behind his back. It was dreamy and gave off a strong sense of mystery. Chapter 1385. Who dares to stand on the statues of past deans? This is disrespectful. This scene caused many of the Academy's disciples and teachers to walk out one after another. Their eyes were filled with rage as they glared at the 3 arrogant fellows. Sword Huangzi, Sword Demon! Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Eagle Tianxia! Vermilion Bird Huangzi, Zhu Wen! Although Qingshu College had declined, there were still people with discerning eyes. 3 of the 10 great Huangzi of the Divine Phoenix Empire knew quite a lot of people. Although Sword Huangzi had only received his title recently, he was someone who could not stay idle. Recently, he had challenged many young experts in the capital and defeated all of them with one strike. Too showy, too eye-catching. Therefore, he was naturally recognized by many people. As for the other two, needless to say, they were the veteran Huangzi. Bastards, how dare you step on the head of the founder? Are you 3 kids looking for death? Although the students of Qingshu College were not as good as the 10 great Huangzi, the teachers were still strong. One of the strong men could not stand it anymore. He rushed out and asked furiously. Not only did the 3 of them barge into Qingshu College, they even stepped on the statues of past deans. One of the statues was of the founder of Qingshu College. Sword Demon was standing on the head of the statue. What a joke! The statue was the face of Qingshu College. It was its dignity. The other party was clearly here to slap their faces and humiliate them. Anyone with a little courage would not be able to stand being humiliated like this. The students of Qingshu College were filled with righteous indignation. They cursed and protested loudly. However, their cultivation was not as good as Sword Demon. It was difficult for them to do anything. They could only curse in vain. The teacher's cultivation was stronger. He was a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, he had the right, reason, and responsibility to stand up and defend the dignity of the college. Otherwise, how different would he be from a tortoise? How comfortable would it be to hide in a tortoise shell? Looking for death? The Sword Demon sneered and thrust out his sword. A dark sword light cut through the sky and pierced the throat of the teacher who was dozens of meters away. Who is courting death? He sheathed his sword and smiled coldly. He looked at all the students and teachers of Qingshu College coldly and said, Everyone in Qingshu College is a bunch of trash. Except for the dean, Zhou Yun, and the vice dean, Feng Qingyan, no one is good enough. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Kill. How dare someone kill someone in Qingshu College? This Sword Demon was so overbearing and unreasonable. He was not inferior to Ling Xiao at all. However, Ling Xiao was only acting like this because he was targeting his enemy. The Sword Demon killed innocent people. It was an indiscriminate slaughter. The students of Qingshu College were all agitated. Facing the arrogant Sword Demon, they all wanted to tear him into pieces. However, their strength was there for all to see. Even if they went up, they would only be courting death. Was it really okay? Many people lowered their heads, feeling incomparably depressed and unwilling in their hearts, but they did not dare to stand up. This kind of humiliation was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Sword Demon, you are too heavy-handed. No matter what, you have to give Senior Show some face. Ing Tianxia frowned and turned his head to say, Ing Tianxia, cut the crap. Don't think that you can order me around just because you are ranked higher than me. You just became one of the 10 Phoenix Sons before me. Sword Demon did not give Ing Tianxia any face at all. This was because he knew that behind them, there were 3 Yin-Yang realm experts, Kong Ran and Ping Nantian. Even if Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan showed up, they would not be able to change anything. Ing Tianxia, don't fight among yourselves. Just as Ing Tianxia was about to say something, Phoenix, who was next to him, also spoke. We are all students of Phoenix Academy. No matter what, we have to solve it internally when we return to the academy. I will give you face. Ing Tianxia knew that he was no match for Zhu Wen, so he gritted his teeth and said. Sword Demon sneered and did not continue to target Ing Tianxia. Instead, he looked at the students of Qingshu College and said, To tell you the truth, we are here for no other reason than to find Ling Xiao. Yes, Ling Xiao killed Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, which angered everyone. Qingshu College can't protect him. Zhu Wen quickly added. Yes, we only want to kill Ling Xiao. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Ing Tianxia said. These 3 people had never fought with Ling Xiao, nor had they seen Ling Xiao fight, so they did not take Ling Xiao seriously. How could a guy who had just reached the Grotto Heaven realm be compared to the 3 of them? Everyone said that Ling Xiao was a peerless monster, but how could the 3 of them be convinced? Sword Demon had always wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's prestige, and show that he was more talented and stronger than Ling Xiao in front of his junior brothers and sisters. The Celestial Emperor? In his eyes, he was just a useless person. Ying Tianxia simply thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and dared to challenge the 10 phoenixes. Since he did not take him seriously, he naturally wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. As for Zhu Wen, he had no enmity with Ling Xiao. This time, he was here purely because someone had asked him to. That person was an old senior that he respected very much. In fact, he thought that it was enough for him to come to Qingshu College alone. There was no need for Ying Tianxia and Sword Demon to accompany him. However, the senior said that he had to do this in order to be foolproof, so he had no choice but to obey. However, deep in his heart, he was extremely disdainful of Ling Xiao. "Senior brother, hasn't Ling Xiao shown up yet?" Suddenly, a beautiful voice, like that of an oriole singing, was heard. A woman as beautiful as a celestial fairy also landed beside the Sword Demon, stepping on the head of the sculpture of the current principal of the Qingshu Academy, Zhou Yun. "Junior sister, why are you here?" Sword Demon glanced at the girl, showing a bit of tenderness and infatuation. This woman was the queen-like existence who had acted wildly on the ship with Sword Demon in the Celestial Empire's capital. Her instigation that day was the fuse that Sword Demon took action. And now, she had appeared once again. "Senior brother wants to show his power, so I naturally have to come." The girl smiled, which made Ying Tianxia and Zhu Wen a little absent-minded. "So powerful! Beauty and terrifying soul power! This woman is definitely the nemesis of men." Ying Tianxia came back to his senses and was secretly vigilant. At that moment, even if the girl asked him to kill himself, he would have listened. "Is your junior sister Zhou Yu the beautiful red spider lily who has been rumored in the imperial capital recently?" Zhu Wen asked with a smile. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was very hot. He was even a little jealous that Sword Demon could be so close to this woman. This woman's name was very long. She had a strange surname, Zhou Yu, and her name was Red Spider Lily. She was the daughter of Sword Demon's master. Chapter 1386. Zhou Yu was Red Spider Lily's master and her mother. She was also as beautiful as Red Spider Lily, but she was more mature than Red Spider Lily. "That's right, I'm Red Spider Lily. Zhu Wen, you're indeed a dragon among men. We should get closer in the future." She didn't hold back at all when she spoke. Her words made Zhu Wen's heart beat wildly. Sword Demon frowned and hurriedly said, "Junior sister, Ling Xiao is just an ant. Dealing with him will only take a moment. It won't be too exciting. Why don't you go back and rest first?" He had always treated Zhou Yu's Red Spider Lily as his exclusive property, even though nothing had happened between the two of them. Red Spider Lily seemed to be on good terms with everyone. She seemed to be easy to get, but no one had ever gotten her. At most, it was just a touch of her hand. Sword Demon had always wanted to be the first to get this woman. Because of this, he didn't want Red Spider Lily to show her face in public. "Senior brother, I'm just here to watch the show. Let that Ling Xiao come out. Didn't he arrogantly destroy Ling Yu's courtyard a few days ago? He shouldn't be a coward, right?" Red Spider Lily naturally refused to leave. She liked to see others being tortured. This kind of twisted mentality was very enjoyable for her. "Did you hear that? Where is Ling Xiao? Hurry up and tell him to come out. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre today." Sword Demon coldly looked at the group of Qingshu College disciples, revealing a strong killing intent. This guy was arrogant and unreasonable. He didn't lose to Ling Xiao at all. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. No one uttered a word. The strongest among them, the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm Master, had been killed. What else could the rest of them do? The mystic world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were weaker than others, then they had to endure the fate of being bullied. If they didn't want to be dogs, then they had to die. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Many people probably didn't want to lose their lives because of their rash actions. Until now, no one dared to clean up the body of the dead teacher. Ha ha ha, trash! You're just a bunch of dogs that don't dare to bark. What's the use of having you? As Sword Demon laughed, the black sword in his hand pierced out again. Sword Chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge shadow, shrouding almost everyone in the audience. He really had to make a move. He attacked without any restraint. He didn't care about the people below the stage at all. It's over! The disciples of Qingshu College, including the teachers who had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, felt despair and sorrow. They were actually slaughtered by others in the Qingshu Academy. Who would believe this? He was furious. Bang! Just as the sword Chi was about to blast into the crowd, it was finally deflected away. The sword Chi stabbed into the ground, creating a huge boom. A huge pit appeared there, and the stones and ground around the edges of the pit were cut flat. Oh? I didn't expect Qingshu College to have someone as brave as you. What's your name? Sword Demon was stunned for a moment, but he could not help but smile. The cultivation of the person in front of him was obviously not as good as the previous teacher, but he was able to block his sword Chi. It meant that he was very strong and was a genius. However, this person had lost his left arm, and his hair had turned completely white. Disciple of Qingshu College, Shangguan Hong. The one-armed young man looked up at the four people standing on the statue. Although there was a serious expression in his eyes, there was no fear at all. So you're Shangguan Hong, the one who almost got the position of the Phoenix. Ling Xiao broke your arm and you became his dog? Sword Demon sneered. Shangguan Hong looked at Sword Demon indifferently and said, Sword Demon, why are you looking for senior brother Ling? He knew that with his strength, he was not a match for any of these four people, but he could still block a few dozen moves from any one of them. Kill him! Sword Demon's answer was very straightforward. He did not hide anything. He came here today to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone in Qingshu College. Otherwise, he would not have come. Do you know that senior brother Ling is the #1 master in Qingshu College? He is a core disciple. If you kill him, you will become the enemy of the whole Qingshu College? Shangguan Hong asked again. Of course I know. Why would I be afraid of a group of cowards who don't even dare to resist? Sword Demon laughed mockingly. Brother Sword Demon, your words are a little harsh, but they are true. We came here today to find Ling Xiao. If Qingshu College hands over Ling Xiao, the others will not have to die. Zhu Wen said faintly. Don't expect Dean Zhou Yun and Dean Feng Qingyan to appear. They won't come today. In order to be able to kill Ling Xiao safely, their plan this time was very thorough. Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan were summoned by Feng Ming Wuliang to discuss important matters. Naturally, they did not know what happened today. As for the Moon Lady, the first seat would deal with her. As for Cold Plum and the Butterfly Lady, they would leave them to the first seat. They were more than enough to deal with them. There were no other Yin-Yang Realm Masters in Qingshu College. Therefore, if Ling Xiao could not defeat them, he would definitely die. No one would come to save him. Today, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Hearing such words, the teachers and disciples of the Qingshu Academy already had the feeling of wanting to escape. They could not afford to offend anyone. They knew Ling Xiao's character very well. If they offended and betrayed Ling Xiao, they would definitely die. If they stood up for Ling Xiao today, they would probably die too. They did not know what to do. Shangguan Hong frowned. He knew that today's matter boded ill rather than well. However, his thoughts were different from the others. That day at Ling Yu's villa, the enemy's plan was almost flawless. However, Ling Xiao created a loophole and killed the enemy instead. Today's matter seemed to have no chance of turning the tide. However, as long as they did not give up, there was still hope. After experiencing that epiphany, Shangguan Hong could not say that he was not afraid of death. Of course, he was still afraid of death, but he would never abandon his bottom line as a person because of fear of death, let alone abandon his own martial arts. Otherwise, he would really be crippled and would never be able to rise again. Although he knew that the Sword Demon alone could wipe out the Qingshu Academy without Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan, he was still worried. Moreover, the other two people's strength was not inferior to Sword Demon at all. If the three of them really wanted to wipe out Qingshu College, they would probably be able to do it today. He, Shang Guanhong, could only try his best to stop them. Whether they could succeed or not depended on fate. At the very least, he did not want to be like before. He did not want to run away or surrender after being defeated. Today, he wanted to live like a warrior. Chapter 1387. Brother Zhuwen, I don't think there's any need to waste your breath on them. The first White Tiger meet organized by the White Tiger Empire is about to begin. This is a bigger and more influential event than the previous 5 Immortals meet. A dragon and tiger selection will be held in the Imperial City. I reckon Qingshu College's disciples will be there too. It's a waste of time for these trash to go. In my opinion, we should kill all of them to prevent them from being an eyesore and embarrassing our divine Phoenix continent. After all, Everlasting Joy Celestial Island will send experts over to inspect. Sword Devil was a murderous person. Most of the Qingshu College's disciples had no enmity with him, but he wanted to kill all of them because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. In the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the 5 Immortal Islands were the 5 strongest forces. The Divine Phoenix Empire and the current Celestial Empire belonged to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The previous 5 Immortals meet was a competition between the 5 islands' geniuses. Each island would select outstanding geniuses from their respective subordinate forces to participate in the competition. However, the situation was different for the White Tiger meet this time. The 5 Immortal Islands would be treated as a force to fight against the White Tiger Continent's forces. The White Tiger Continent had 4 great empires and 1 great sect. They would all send their geniuses to participate in the White Tiger meet. Because of this, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time was about the same scale as the previous 5 Immortals meet. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix selection was held in the Divine Phoenix Empire was mainly because the 5 Immortal Islands' island masters felt that this place was bigger and more suitable to hold such a grand event. Although they usually did things their own way and fought endlessly, before the start of the White Tiger Storm meet this time, they were united. After all, they were now representing the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent. They were going to fight against the White Tiger Continent's 4 empires and 1 sect. As for what would happen after the White Tiger meet, they wouldn't think about it for now. It didn't matter if they were enemies or reconciled. The reason why Sword Devil wanted to kill all the Qingshu College's disciples was that according to past practice, Qingshu College had the right to select 6 people to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Phoenix Academy, on the other hand, had 12 places, which was exactly twice as many as Qingshu College. However, Sword Demon still felt that the trash from Qingshu College were not qualified to have 6 spots. If he killed them all, the 6 spots would belong to the Phoenix Academy. His thoughts were cruel and direct. Ying Tianxia frowned. He really didn't like Sword Demon's character of casually killing people. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Although Zhu Wen also felt that Sword Demon was too cruel, the death of a Qingshu College student had nothing to do with him. He couldn't wait for Qingshu College to be destroyed. With me here, don't even think about getting away. Shang Guanhong stood there without retreating. Even though the Sword Demon's aura was getting stronger and stronger, Shang Guanhong still persisted in his martial path and refused to retreat. Kill! The Sword Demon suddenly flew down from the statue, and a sword light crazily pierced towards Shang Guanhong on the ground. Rainbow God Arrow! The moment Shang Guanhong made her move, it was her ultimate move. After the battle with Ling Xiao, although he lost one of his arms, his strength had increased. The sword and the arrow met in the air, and there was a shocking sound. Shang Guanhong's body involuntarily retreated. He rolled over a dozen times, but he couldn't stop. Too powerful! Shang Guanhong was horrified to find that he couldn't even block one of the Sword Demon's moves. And this was under the condition that his strength had increased. The Sword Demon stood there and didn't pursue him. In fact, he was also a little surprised. Shang Guanhong blocked his attack. Although he didn't retreat, he had to use his inner strength to counteract the invading force in his body. He couldn't chase after Shang Guanhong in time. Shang Guanhong, I have underestimated you. But you will die in 3 moves. Do you want to continue? The sword demon asked coldly. I will die without regrets. Shang Guanhong finally stopped, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. This collision made him realize the huge gap between him and a martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. But he didn't run away like before. He planned to face it. Face it bravely. Even if he died, he wanted to die with a bang. Okay, I will fulfill your wish. The sword demon's body flashed, and the black sword pierced Shang Guanhong's throat like a venomous snake. 7-colored phoenix! Shang Guanhong shouted and faced the challenge head-on. The giant 7-colored phoenix met the sword demon. The sword demon smiled coldly. In his opinion, Shang Guanhong's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock. He was stubbornly resisting. The rest of the disciples and teachers of Qingshu College lowered their heads because they didn't dare to watch this tragic scene. Just now, he had seen his companion die in battle with his own eyes. Could it be that he was going to see the same miserable scene this time? Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the sky. A man stepped on the air and landed on the sword demon's sword chi. The 7-colored phoenix and this man's violent punch forced the arrogant sword demon back a few steps. He stood there angrily and looked at the man. Who are you? Long Qin. Ling Zhao's junior brother. The man was Long Qin. Long Qin had just broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation, but just as he was about to go into seclusion again, he sensed that someone was causing trouble outside. Shang Guanhong, are you okay? Long Qin asked without turning his head. I won't die, but this guy is very strong. I can't fight him alone. Shang Guanhong's face lit up. Although Long Qin wasn't a match for the sword demon, at least the 2 of them wouldn't be easily defeated by the sword demon if they worked together. It's good that you won't die. Long Qin turned around and looked at the rest of the Qingshu College disciples and teachers. He had a look of contempt on his face. People say that you are trash, and you really are trash. He wants to kill you, but you don't even dare to fight back. Are you all the reincarnations of bastards? His words were harsh, but no one dared to refute him. They were afraid of the sword demon. They were so afraid that they didn't even dare to fight back. In fact, if they didn't fight back, they would die. If they fought back, they would die. It wasn't that they couldn't make such a choice, but they were intimidated by the sword demon's murderous aura. At this moment, after Long Qin's roar and the influence of the dragon's force, they all understood. With Long Qin and Shang Guanhong leading, how could they not stop the sword demon with hundreds of people here? Fight. We're going to die anyway. F***CK. A teacher at the 1st Grotto Heaven realm drew his weapon and stood beside Long Qin and Shang Guanhong. If we don't dare to fight back after being humiliated to this extent, then we're too useless. I don't want to be a coward. Another person stood out. With the 1st and the 2nd, the rest of the people were emboldened. In the end, only 3 or 4 people still stood at the back timidly. The rest had a determined look on their faces. Chapter 1388. Sword Demon frowned. With so many people besieging him, including Long Qin and Shang Guanhong, he might really fail miserably. At this moment, he actually felt a little nervous. Brother Sword Demon, let's work together. Zhu Wen stood up and slowly landed beside Sword Demon. They're bullying us with numbers. It's not shameful if we work together. I won't get involved in your business. I'll only fight Ling Xiao. Ying Tianxia couldn't stand this kind of thing. He couldn't understand why they were bullying the weak when they were so powerful. Whatever. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen looked at each other and decided to work together. It might be difficult for one of them to deal with such a powerful lineup. However, if they worked together, the opponent's advantage in numbers would be gone. Qingshu College will cease to exist today. A trashy college like yours is trash. Sword Demon sneered. Ling Xiao burned down Qingshu College. Then I, Sword Demon, will burn down Qingshu College today. Zhu Wen smiled and said, I can help you. The mystical peacock fire can help you. Thank you. The two of them closed in. Shang Guanhong, Long Qin, and the others looked serious. If Sword Demon was alone, they would have a good chance of winning. However, with two phoenixes working together, they had almost no chance of winning. It seemed that they were going to die here today. Even so, the teachers and students of Qingshu College didn't give up again. Since they weren't going to give them a chance to live, they could only make things difficult for them before they died. Kill! Sword Demon roared. His murderous aura pierced through the clouds. The black sword in his hand turned into a huge sword shadow and slashed at the crowd. Destroy! Zhu Wen roared at the same time. The blazing mystical rainbow fire rolled forward and pounced on the crowd. How dare you! Qingshu College is a place for cultivation. How dare you behave so atrociously here! All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. Then, a beautiful figure appeared. Along with her came a coldness that was as cold as the depths of winter. Snow fell from the sky. Princess Lien? Feng Ming Lien. When did she become so strong? At this time, Feng Ming Lien's cultivation had already reached the fourth grotto heaven realm. Especially the cold caused by the combination of the Dark North Sutra and the Ice Sword martial spirit, many warriors felt their bodies constantly trembling. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen were both repelled by her. Feng Ming Lien, don't meddle in other people's business. Zhu Wen frowned. Meddling? No, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm now a student of Qingshu College. How can I just stand by and watch you make trouble at my Qingshu College? Feng Ming Lien's cultivation had fallen into a shackle. It was difficult for her to break through in a short period of time. That was why she could sense that something had happened here. Although she hadn't officially joined Qingshu College, Ling Xiao had taught her how to utilize her potential systematically, and how to fight. He was equivalent to half a master to her. Ling Xiao was a student of Qingshu College, and so was she. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen's expressions didn't look good. They weren't afraid of anyone interfering, but the problem was that they were repelled by Feng Ming Lien in one move. Both of them felt embarrassed. Haha, is this the expert who keeps saying that others are trash? I think you're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Long Qin had probably been by Ling Xiao's side for too long. When he said those words, he really didn't give the two of them any face. What qualifications do you have to talk about us? You're just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Sword Demon said angrily. What's wrong with that? If you have the ability, you can learn it too. Long Qin said disdainfully. What's more, you three dared to make trouble at Qingshu College today. I'm afraid there's someone behind you. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Who do you think you are to say that I'm a fox who relies on someone else's power? Trash who wants to ride on someone else's coattails? This sentence directly choked Sword Demon and Zhu Wen because Long Qin was right. No matter how powerful the three of them were, they were only Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. How would they dare to make trouble at Qingshu College so rashly? What's more, they dared to kill people at Qingshu College. It was because they had someone behind them that gave them the courage to do so. Humph, look at your sharp tongue. You'll die today! Sword Demon snorted and looked at Ying Tianxia. You stop Feng Ming Lien! Ying Tianxia shook his head and said, I'm only here to find Ling Xiao. I don't care about anything else. You! Sword Demon was livid, but there was nothing he could do. Ying Tianxia was such a person. What could he do? Senior brother, don't be angry. Let me deal with her. Let the women solve the problems between women. Zhong Yu's red spider lily smiled charmingly, then jumped down from the statue and stood in front of Feng Ming Lien. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior sister. Sword Demon was delighted. He was the only one who knew how powerful his junior sister was. Feng Ming Lien was no match for his junior sister. Enough! Do you really think that there's no one in Qingshu College? Today's matter ends here. Just as the battle was about to start, a powerhouse finally arrived. The person who appeared in front of everyone was either Feng Qingyan nor Zhou Yun. It was a very sloppy man holding a wine gourd. What right do you have to lecture us, you beggar? Sword Demon scolded, but Shu Wen grabbed him. Are you crazy? That's Drunken Demon's sword. He was already a yin-yang realm warrior when he was 17 years old. Shu Wen's expression was very ugly. He knew that Drunken Demon's sword used to study at Qingshu College, but he had gone out to travel more than 10 years ago. He didn't expect him to come back today. It was a miscalculation. Those big shots probably didn't expect him to come back. Sword Demon's expression changed when he heard Shu Wen's words. He was still not as good as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to be arrogant in front of anyone, but he only knew how to bully the weak. Senior Drunken Demon's sword, we're here today to look for Ling Xiao. We don't plan to cause trouble at Qingshu College. Shu Wen hurriedly explained. Get lost! Drunken Demon's sword didn't waste any time and only said one word. Although Zhu Wen's face was red, he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of this senior. He even cupped his hands respectfully and said, I'll take my leave, senior. He looked back at Sword Demon and then at Ying Tianxia. He waved his hand and said, Things have changed. Go back first. Both Sword Demon and Ying Tianxia could feel the terrifying aura coming from Drunken Demon's sword, so they didn't refute and turned to leave. Stop! Do you really think that Qingshu College is your backyard? You can come and go as you please. Whoever killed him shall leave his life behind. Another person appeared. A figure appeared in the void. He was wearing a moon-white robe that fluttered in the wind. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel like a god descending to the mortal world. Who else could be so arrogant other than Ling Xiao? Chapter 1389. Senior Brother Ling! Brother Ling! Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao's appearance caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Shortly after, all sorts of interesting expressions appeared. The students and teachers of Qingshu College had long regarded Ling Xiao as their backbone. Shang Guanhong, Long Qin, and Feng Ninglian were the same. Although the Liquor Demon sword was powerful, it was still unfamiliar to them. But the moment Ling Xiao appeared, they felt their hearts settle down. On the other hand, the people of Phoenix Academy had different expressions. Ying Tianxia was obviously excited. Shu Wen's face was gloomy. Zhong Yu and the Red Spider Lily smiled. As for the Sword Demon, he was the most annoyed. Ling Xiao said that whoever killed someone would have to leave their life behind. It was obviously against him. Previously, the Sword Demon had ignored everyone and killed the people of Qingshu College. Even when the Liquor Demon sword came, he didn't mention anything about revenge. This made the people of Qingshu College very uncomfortable, but they couldn't bring it up. After all, they weren't familiar with the Liquor Demon's sword. However, Ling Xiao's appearance ignited their hope of revenge. Now, we can avenge our teacher! The people of Qingshu College were very excited. They knew very well how powerful Ling Xiao was. Not only did he kill Jimingxing, Pingyu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming, but he even destroyed Ling Yu's courtyard. However, he could return to Qingshu College unscathed. This was enough to prove Ling Xiao's strength. The Sword Demon was very powerful. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao was stronger. The Liquor Demon's sword looked at Ling Xiao with interest and then turned to leave. Since the main character had appeared, there was no need for him to join in the fun. He only needed to keep an eye on the few yin-yang realm martial artists hiding in the shadows. The young people's problems should be left to the young people. You are Ling Xiao? Celestial Emperor? The Sword Demon looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. When I went to the Sky Dragon continent, I didn't see a piece of trash like you. I didn't expect you to dare to come out today. Trash? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, You are only a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. What gives you the confidence to call me trash? If I kill you today, wouldn't that make you worse than trash? You dare to call me trash? Sword Demon's eyes narrowed into slits. Since the day he entered the sect, he was only associated with the word genius. No one had ever dared to call him trash. A murderous intent rose in his heart. Originally, you could have lived today. However, since you've recklessly stood out, that's perfect. I'll send you to the underworld. At the same time, Sword Demon's cold voice rang out, and an astonishing baleful aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. When the baleful aura was released, it had already made many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists tremble. Now, it was all focused on Ling Xiao. In Sword Demon's opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, as if he was not suppressed at all. Do we have a grudge? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. No. Do we have a grudge? No. Then I don't understand. Why did you provoke the Celestial Empire's fairies' capital and kill so many innocent people? Why did you come to Qingshu College to cause trouble and kill the teachers here today? Ling Xiao asked again. Do you want to know the reason? Sword Demon said contemptuously. There is only one reason, and that is that I don't like you. It's that simple. So you can kill whoever you don't like. Why are all the disciples recruited by the Phoenix Academy trash? Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, I don't want to be enemies with others, but I must kill you. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in this world. You want to kill me? With your meager strength? Sword Demon laughed loudly. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most a little stronger than Ling Xiao. He might not be able to end the battle in 3 or 4 moves, but it should be easy to kill Ling Xiao within 10 moves. Sword Demon, before you kill him, let me fight with him first. Ying Tianxia walked over and said excitedly. He had always wanted to fight Ling Xiao. Now that the opportunity had come, he did not want to let it go so easily. Let me do it. Sky Rock Huangzi and Peacock Huangzi are my friends. One of them was killed and the other was crippled. I have always wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Zhu Wen also stepped forward and looked mockingly at Ling Xiao. The 3 of them actually treated Ling Xiao as a soft persimmon that they could pinch at will. In the darkness, Wind Demon spied on the situation and couldn't help but sneer. Ling Xiao, you actually dared to offend the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and the Great Rock race at the same time. Today, the 3 Huangzi are here, and you will die without a doubt. I really don't understand why Master wants me to keep an eye on him. Could it be that this Ling Xiao can overturn the heavens? In his view, Ling Xiao relied on his laughable talent to stir up trouble everywhere. That was a very foolish thing to do, especially when he had offended the 3 major factions of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If this was not courting death, then what was? Big Brother Zhu Wen, Big Brother Tianxia, why don't you give Ling Xiao to my senior brother? He has chased Ling Xiao from the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, and has always wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. It's just that this Ling Xiao escapes too quickly and he can't catch up. Just satisfy his wish. Zhong Yu's red spider lily spoke. That gentle and alluring voice made Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia agree without even thinking about it. But this woman's words didn't seem to take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if Ling Xiao had always been hiding from her senior brother Sword Demon. Otherwise, her senior brother would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia stood to the side, but they felt that it was a pity. Because of Zhong Yu's red spider lily's seductive manner, they couldn't help but agree. Now that they thought about it, they regretted it. In Zhu Wen's view, giving Ling Xiao to Sword Demon was equivalent to giving a great credit to Sword Demon. And in Ying Tianxia's view, after Ling Xiao and Sword Demon's battle, he would definitely die. It was basically impossible for him to fight with Ling Xiao again. Brother Sword Demon, after you kill Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, don't forget about me, Zhu Wen said with a smile. Of course. Sword Demon smiled, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you see, there are many people who want your life. You think that your strength is outstanding, but in fact, you're just a bug in the eyes of others. You're insignificant. You're really too pitiful. You think too highly of yourself. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't make a move now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao looked at Sword Demon indifferently. He had experienced too much of being looked down upon by others and had long become indifferent to it. After all, in this world, there would always be some self-righteous people. Maybe half a year ago, he really wasn't Sword Demon's opponent, but now, everything depended on the situation after the battle. Everything else was empty. Chapter 1390. I'm talking too much? Since you want to die early, I'll fulfill your wish. The Sword Demon's face revealed an arrogant and contemptuous smile. On the black sword, dense sword aura circulated endlessly. Ling Xiao stood there without speaking or making a move. He only looked at the Sword Demon indifferently. The smile on the Sword Demon's face froze and was replaced by displeasure and rage. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him. He knew that he was going to attack but did not make a move. Was he looking down on him? Or was he just putting on an act? His figure suddenly flashed. His feet looked like an ordinary step, but he instantly closed in on Ling Xiao and appeared less than 3 meters in front of Ling Xiao. At that moment, the black sword in his hand was no longer a sword, but a thick stream of lava. The lava flowed, but it did not drip. It only became more terrifying. The blazing and frenzied sword aura rose rapidly. At that moment, the Sword Demon was like an erupting volcano, unstoppable. At that moment, wherever he passed, flames rolled and lava roared. The glaring light and blazing high temperature made many people stay away. He charged towards Ling Xiao with a murderous look in his eyes. All of this happened in an instant. However, Ling Xiao still stood there without moving. It was as if he was in a deep sleep. It was as if he did not care about the Sword Demon's sword at all. When he was a meter away, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. He raised his right hand, and an ordinary-looking iron sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ding! Boom! The frenzied aura exploded at that moment. It was as if a volcano had erupted in an instant. The blazing high temperature poured onto Ling Xiao's body in an instant, making a terrifying explosion sound. The ground also collapsed rapidly. The scene was shocking. However, the Sword Demon's sword could not pierce through Ling Xiao's ordinary iron sword. His divine artifact could not pierce through it. Ling Xiao stood there. Only the breeze blew his hair. However, he did not move at all. There was even a contemptuous smile on his face. So much nonsense. Is this your attack? Your so-called strength, in my opinion, is no different from trash. The iron sword in Ling Xiao's hand suddenly exploded, and the terrifying aura actually overturned the Sword Demon. Sword Demon felt that he had lost control of his body. He crashed into a statue before coming to a stop. His hands were still trembling violently, as if he was suffering from epilepsy. Only he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword chi was. When people saw this scene, they could not believe their eyes. The teachers and students of Qingshu College smiled excitedly. Xu Wen's face was gloomy. Ying Tianxia was clearly surprised. As for Zhong Yu's red spider lily, she was still smiling faintly, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Looks like we've underestimated this Ling Xiao. Ying Tianxia's words represented the thoughts of the majority. In the face of the Sword Demon's fierce attack, Ling Xiao not only blocked it easily, but also sent the Sword Demon flying. Although the Sword Demon could be said to have underestimated his opponent, Ling Xiao's strength was not to be underestimated. His strength was probably stronger than what many people knew. Those who were originally worried about Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the better it was for them. Ling Xiao was the top disciple of Qingshu College. If he was easily defeated by the Sword Demon, Qingshu College would lose face. They originally thought that Ling Xiao could block a few dozen or even 100 moves from the Sword Demon, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao's words of wanting to kill the Sword Demon and avenge the teacher who was killed were not empty words. Lady Spider Lily, can your senior brother do it? Zhu Wen frowned and asked. Hee, Phoenix child, don't be so anxious. My senior brother hasn't even shown 1/10 of his strength. Zhong Yu Spider Lily smiled and said, but Ling Xiao is not bad. I think he can force my senior brother to use his martial soul. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Maybe it will be more fun than I thought. Zhu Wen was relieved when he heard this. He didn't know the sword demon, but Zhong Yu Spider Lily knew him very well. If this woman said so, then it shouldn't be wrong. Bah! The sword demon spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and waved the black sword in his hand. Suddenly he grinned and said, Interesting, interesting. You're much stronger than I thought. Maybe after searching for so long, you're really a worthy opponent for me to take seriously. Of course, it's just taking it seriously. Nonsense again. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. The sword demon had clearly taken a blow from him, but he didn't learn his lesson and was still so arrogant. It seemed that this guy was born with this kind of personality. He had probably never lost in his sect, so he didn't know what it felt like to lose. No matter who he faced, he could easily defeat them. He had never taken the battle seriously. So in the sword demon's view, taking the battle seriously was already giving Ling Xiao a lot of face. It was also the greatest praise for Ling Xiao. Whether you take it seriously or not, there's only one result. Death. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. A radiant divine sword hung above his head. This time, he didn't take the sublime shadow sword, because the sublime shadow sword had already been eaten by the butterfly lady. What he needed now was a heavy sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have one at the moment. An unsuitable weapon would only drag him down. So he didn't want a weapon now. His hand grabbed the hilt of the radiant divine sword. The huge radiant divine sword was dazzling and holy. It was even more dazzling than the sword demon's body. That's the radiant divine sword that Ling Xiao used to slaughter people in the Lingyu courtyard? Its power is truly terrifying. The more Ing Tianxia looked, the more excited he became. His hands were tightly clenched, and his body was trembling. It was a trembling of excitement. He really wished that he could immediately replace the sword demon and become Ling Xiao's opponent. I can control light, so what if you have a volcano? Ling Xiao pointed the huge sword at the sword demon. He was filled with mighty domineering aura. The power of light was released, making his whole body look as dazzling as the sun. Volcano martial spirit! Lava domain! Sword demon's face greatly changed as he cried out in alarm. A blazing volcano appeared behind him, constantly emitting black smoke. And his body was completely surrounded by the boiling magma, forming a perfect absolute defense. Is that the sword demon's trump card? The volcano martial spirit is really strange. And that lava domain is also surprising. I have never seen such a thing before. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the strange scene. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile again. His body gently leaned forward, and then he grabbed the radiant divine sword's hilt with both hands. In that instant, it was as if a red sun was spewing out from the radiant divine sword. Everyone closed their eyes. The intense light made them unable to open their eyes. Chapter 1391. A horrified expression appeared on Sword Demon's face. The perfect defense cast by the lava was shrinking continuously. Finally, it formed a solid and seemingly unbreakable lava ball, which quickly solidified. Ling Xiao, your sword can't penetrate my absolute defense! The Sword Demon roared angrily. Is that so? Then take a closer look and see if your shield or my sword is stronger. The smile on Ling Xiao's face became even brighter. The giant sword pierced through the air and pierced the lava shield. Chi! Crack! In an instant, the so-called absolute defense was pierced through by the giant's sword. The sword demon hurriedly waved his sword to block, but under the terrifying impact, his body flew wildly like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a gash on his body that was at least a foot long. It was a shocking sight. Bang! Smack! Plop! After several rolls and collisions, the sword demon finally came to a stop. He looked at Ling Xiao with fear and embarrassment. Hee, you said that I'm trash, but what are you now? You're worse than trash. Who gave you the courage to provoke Qingshu College? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked slowly toward the sword demon. Looking at the battered and exhausted guy, he was very pleased, but he was still far from being appeased. The other party had destroyed his statue, killed his subjects, and today, killed his teacher. If this person didn't die, he absolutely wouldn't leave the matter at that. He came out to kill the sword demon. He said so from the beginning, but many people did not believe him. The sword demon? The genius? The Jian Huangzi who tried to destroy Qingshu College? At this moment, it all seemed so ridiculous and ironic. In front of Ling Xiao, he was a real trash. He had no dignity at all. Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia stopped Ling Xiao. You can't kill him, Zhu Wen said lightly. Although the sword demon is a good-for-nothing, he is still a member of the Phoenix Academy. Since I accompanied him here today, I can't let him die, Ying Tianxia also said. The two of them were completely shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Ling Xiao's arrogance didn't seem to be without reason. The sword demon was arrogant enough before, but that was because he had never met a real opponent. Moreover, he bullied the weak and feared the strong, so the enemies he encountered were no match for him. He was arrogant enough to kill. However, this time, he kicked an iron plate, a very thick and hard iron plate. In fact, it should be Zhongyu, Red Spider Lily. She originally thought that after her senior brother became serious, Ling Xiao would not be worth mentioning. However, the current development was completely different from what she imagined. The one who was easily defeated was not Ling, but her senior brother. With her senior brother. This result of the spider demon of the Phoenix Academy. In fact, how could the teachers and students of the Qingshu Academy not be shocked? Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital with his heaven-tier cultivation. From the moment he crippled Feng Mingye and Feng Mingbo, every time he made a move, it would be shocking beyond words. Moreover, the people he crippled or killed were all famous existences. Not to mention others, in the Divine Phoenix Empire, the 10 most outstanding Phoenix sons of the younger generation were destroyed and crippled by him repeatedly. Peacock Phoenix Sun Kong He, Celebrity Phoenix Ji Mingxing, Sky Rock Phoenix Sun Ping Yu. Now it was Sword Phoenix Sun's turn to be the sword demon. If this continued, who would dare to accept the title of Phoenix Sun? Get lost! Facing Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia's obstruction, Ling Xiao said coldly. What? Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia looked at each other in shock. Ling Xiao actually dared to tell the two of them to get lost. You may be able to defeat the sword demon, but against the two of us, you have no chance of winning. I really don't know where you get the courage to tell the two of us to get lost, Zhu Wen asked coldly. He really wanted to join forces with Ying Tianxia to kill Ling Xiao, but he was worried that Ying Tianxia wouldn't cooperate with him. So for a moment, he was in a dilemma. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward, and a red sun rose behind him. The terrifying heat brought about a storm that blew Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia away. Although the two of them only took 2 steps back, they did open up a path. Ling Xiao continued to walk towards the sword demon. So strong! Both of them were shocked. They could feel that no matter which one of them attacked, it was impossible for them to be Ling Xiao's opponent. Even if they joined forces, their chances of winning wouldn't be higher than 70%. Bastard, do you really think you can win against me? The sword demon stood up again. Although he was in a sorry state and his clothes were tattered, the vicious look in his eyes was incomparably clear. Senior brother, don't! Zhongyu and Bai Lilia hurriedly shouted. Junior sister, dodge, don't let me hurt you! The sword demon said coldly. Zhongyu and Bai Lilia sighed and jumped to a place further away. Seeing this, Ling Xiao also asked the teachers and students of Qingshu College to retreat. Ling Xiao, do you know why I'm called the sword demon? I'm not interested, Ling Xiao said lightly. That's because once I become a demon, I even dare to kill my own people. the sword demon said regardless of whether Ling Xiao was interested or not. Becoming a demon? Ling Xiao heard that there was a kind of person among the martial artists who suppressed all their positive emotions and completely released all their negative emotions, just like the demons in the devil realm. In this state, their strength would become stronger, but they would often not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. He didn't know if this was the kind of demon that the sword demon was talking about. Black Sword Demon! The sword demon roared and his body suddenly fell to the ground. After a while, his body stood up again like a puppet, but it was completely different from a normal person. He walked unsteadily and his body was emitting a strange black aura. Kill! The puppet-like body spat out a word and then suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the next moment, a statue that was more than 10 meters tall was directly blasted into pieces. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that the sword demon's so-called inability to distinguish between friend and foe was true. This was more than just an inability to distinguish between friend and foe, it was simply a confusion of targets. However, this destructive power was really shocking. Ding! Boom! At a certain moment, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and quickly slashed out a sword aura. Although he blocked the sudden attack, his body was sent flying. I see. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood. The sword demon's inability to distinguish between friend and foe was actually limited in range. Within a certain range, he could destroy anything, including enemies. In fact, at this time, Ling Xiao could choose to avoid the attack. With his movement skills, there would be no problem for him to hide far away. However, Ling Xiao's character determined that he would never avoid it. He's too arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Ying Tianxia shook his head and said. Serves him right. Xu Wen sneered and said. I didn't expect the sword demon to have such an attack method. Actually, that should be considered a defense. Ying Tianxia thought for a while and said. Chapter 1392. Ying Tianxia muttered. Sword demon's attack. Unless it's someone like Ling Xiao, who doesn't want to dodge, it's impossible to hurt others. However, ordinary people wouldn't dare to get close to him, so his defense is probably stronger than his lava domain. Yes, but no matter what, Ling Xiao is an idiot. He chose the stupidest way to fight. Does he really think he's invincible? Xu Wen said in disdain. He had been hiding in the distance for a long time because he was afraid of being hit by Sword Demon's indiscriminate attack. But he mocked others for being stupid and didn't think he was timid and cowardly. Vermilion Bird Huangzi, you should be the 8th-ranked Huangzi, right? Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and asked. That's right, so what? Xu Wen was puzzled. Ling Xiao was fighting with Sword Demon, why did he have time to turn around and talk to him? No wonder people say that the top 7 among the 10 Phoenix children are worthy of their name. I once fought with the Golden Phoenix child, Feng Ming Wushan. He's much stronger than you. Although he's arrogant, he's stronger than an idiot like you who only knows how to talk behind his back. Ling Xiao said mercilessly. The attack that you're afraid of is not worth mentioning in my eyes. What's the use of your words? If you have the ability, why don't you try blocking one? Xu Wen sneered. Block? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain and then suddenly drew his sword. Although it didn't have a physical body, it was as if it had a physical body. After a scream, Sword Demon's figure appeared. A sword mark directly pierced through his abdomen, and blood kept flowing out. How is this possible? Xu Wen asked. Sword Demon also asked. Sword Demon could not believe that Ling Xiao was able to break through his most prided killer moves so easily. This was the strongest attack he had in his arsenal. No, it can't be broken. It must be a coincidence. It must be like this. The Sword Demon shook his head and his body fell to the ground again. Then, he entered the demonic state and disappeared again. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. This move of yours is just the lowest level of skill. You didn't explore the powerful martial soul and Wonderland domain, but held on to this useless thing as a treasure. You are really blind! Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and another scream rang out. This time, there was a wound on the sword demon's leg. In fact, it was too easy for Ling Xiao to break through this kind of attack. He had the Tai Chi Eye, and the opponent's route was completely under his control. This kind of route would not change at all. It was a dead straight path. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao was willing, he could easily capture his opponent's movements. No, you're talking nonsense. I don't believe you. Sword Demon couldn't accept this failure at all. It was a huge blow to him. One had to know that for so many years, he had relied on this kind of attack the most. He had faced countless life and death battles, and he had always used this kind of method to escape. Now Ling Xiao was telling him that it was useless? How could he accept this? Believe it or not, this is the truth, Ling Xiao said indifferently. What a cultivator should pay the most attention to is their own cultivation, followed by the development of their martial spirit and blood meridians, and lastly, their skills. Although these things are very important, you gave up the most important thing and chose to take advantage of the situation. Although you gained a temporary victory, you wasted the time that you could have used to cultivate. Ling Xiao's words seemed to be directed at the sword demon, but they were actually directed at the disciples of Qingshu College. This was the experience he had accumulated through his cultivation, and he had also verified it with the human monarch's notes. These precious experiences were very important to every martial artist. That's all I have to say. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the sword demon and said, You came to Qingshu College and killed my teacher. Although his help to me was limited, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You killed him, so I have to take revenge. Previously, you went to Shindu to cause trouble and killed my soldiers and people. As the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, I have to kill you. Speaking till here, Ling Xiao's blazing radiant divine sword appeared once again. The sky became dazzling as it released an incomparably terrifying heat. Die! Ling Xiao's face was indifferent and emotionless. Sword Demon had brought all of this upon himself. He had never thought of provoking someone he didn't know, but this unknown person wanted to deal with him. What could he do? He could only block soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. If someone killed his people, he would kill them. This principle was simple and straightforward. Stop! Zhong Yu's red spider lily suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao paused and raised his head slightly to look at the woman. He asked coldly, What can I do for you? He wasn't afraid that the sword demon would escape, because he wouldn't be able to escape from the power of his sword. Today, in Qingshu College, no one could stop him from killing the sword demon. Do you know which sect we are from? Zhong Yu asked. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He really didn't know where these people came from, why they attacked his people, and why they hated him so much. Ignorance is bliss. We can let bygones be bygones, but you have to stop. Zhong Yu reminded him. Stop? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Why were there so many self-righteous people in this world? Did they think that he had to listen to whatever they said? Yes, you have to stop. We are from the Permitha Immortal Island. My mother is the owner of the Immortal Island. To be inconsolable. If you dare to touch my senior, you won't have a good life in the future. Zhong Yu said coldly. You are from the Permitha Immortal Island? No wonder you are so domineering. You want to kill people just because you don't like it? How awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao certainly knew how powerful the Permitha Immortal Island was. Although the Permitha Immortal Island was weaker than the Changal Immortal Island, it was comparable to the other 4 Immortal Islands. Especially the owner of the island, to be inconsolable. It was said that she had a demonic eye that could communicate with the other world and make her enemies disappear into thin air. Although it was just a rumor, it was enough to prove how terrifying the Permitha Immortal Island was. The Permitha Immortal Island is powerful, but he killed my teacher, my soldiers, and my people. Are they going to die for nothing? Ling Xiao asked coldly. It's just a few cheap lives. How can they be compared to the genius disciples of our Permitha immortal island? If you dare to touch him today, my mother will make sure you die without a burial ground. Zhong Yu said with disdain. From the looks of it, only the people from the Permitha immortal island were considered human. The people from other places deserved to die and weren't considered human. At this moment, Sword Demon finally took the opportunity to escape behind Zhong Yu's hellflower. Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia also blocked him. No matter how weak Sword Demon was, they had to make sure that Sword Demon didn't die. They didn't want that demoness to be inconsolable to come and take their lives. Chapter 1393. Ling Xiao did not put away the divine light sword. He only stabbed it into the ground and looked at Sword Demon coldly. That fellow who had looked down on everything earlier was now like a frightened mouse, seeking protection from others. How laughable! Where's your pride, your dignity, and your arrogance? Ling Xiao no longer looked at Zhong Yu and Red Spider Lily, but looked at Sword Demon and asked coldly. Junior sister, save me! Sword Demon seemed to have completely thrown away his dignity. He was like a pitiful pug, begging his junior sister for help. Zhong Yu said indifferently. Senior brother, we're from the same sect. I'll naturally save you. Don't worry. But you haven't forgotten the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island, have you? Hearing this, Sword Demon's face instantly turned pale, as if he thought of something terrible. I know, but junior sister, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't offend him. Sword Demon looked at Zhong Yu and Red Spider Lily and said loudly. Their conversation confused Ling Xiao. Zhong Yu asked Ling Xiao to release Sword Demon just now. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that she had other conditions for saving Sword Demon? Could there be some special rules in the Permitha Immortal Island? Zhong Yu shook her head and said, I've said it before. You're my senior brother. I'll definitely save you. But rules are rules. They can't be broken. Sword Demon clenched his teeth and suddenly turned to Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, if you spare my life, I swear that I'll never set foot in the Divine Phoenix continent again. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a cold and mocking smile. Back then, when you killed my subjects and my teacher, why didn't you think that this day would come? You want me to let you go? Do you think that's possible? At this moment, Sword Demon was in complete despair. He actually knelt beside Zhong Yu and cried, Junior sister, we grew up together. We're childhood sweethearts. Can't we break the rules? Of course not. Zhong Yu Red Spider Lily's expression was incomparably cold, as if there was no room for discussion. I say, Lady Spider Lily, what kind of rules does your Permitha Immortal Island have? Isn't it normal to save your senior brother? Even a shameless villain like Zhu Wen knew that fellow disciples should help each other. Therefore, he was very curious about the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island. According to the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island, you have to solve your own problems. If you can't solve it, and need the help of your fellow disciples, you have to sign a martial-slave contract. Zhong Yu's Red Spider Lily said calmly, as if it was a very normal thing. However, when the crowd heard the words, martial-slave contract, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao also knew that after the so-called martial-slave contract was signed, both parties would be connected by a special power of law. From the day the contract was signed, the martial slave would become the slave of another, to be used by others, for the entertainment of others, to serve as a sparring partner. There was no freedom or autonomy. Even during cultivation, half of the internal energy would be absorbed by the slave master. This was even worse than being an ordinary slave. The most terrifying thing was that once the slave wanted to betray the slave master, the martial slave contract would take effect and the slave would be killed by the law. Unless there was a martial artist who could resist the supreme law of the mystic world, otherwise, death was inevitable. This was the reason why Sword Demon was unwilling to follow the rules. That kind of ending would be too tragic. Senior brother, I won't force you. I'll give you 20 breaths of time to think. If Ling Xiao attacks you, I will block it for you. However, after 20 breaths of time, I won't care about your life or death. Zhong Yu's red spider lily no longer had her previous charm and gentleness. Instead, it was replaced with coldness and ruthlessness. The Permitha Immortal Island was such a sect. It was a sect without any kinship or friendship. Here, there were only benefits. Sword Demon's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Becoming the martial slave of his junior sister Zhong Yu's red spider lily and losing his freedom forever? He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. Or would he be killed by Ling Xiao? At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. Don't worry, Sword Demon. You don't need to be a martial slave. I, Ing Tianxia, won't let you die. Ing Tianxia, the son of Lightning Eagle, suddenly said. Zhu Wen didn't say anything. He wasn't as blind as Ing Tianxia. He knew that this was a matter between the Permitha Immortal Island and Ling Xiao. If he still interfered, he would be stepping into a mud pit. If he guessed correctly, Zhong Yu's red spider lily had always been using this method to sign a martial slave contract. She used her fellow disciples to increase her cultivation. Their Permitha Immortal Island had a cultivation technique called the wedding dress demonic art. It could increase the effect of the martial slave contract to the extreme. For other martial slaves, only half of their internal energy would be absorbed. However, the wedding dress demonic art could completely absorb the martial slave's internal energy. The reason why Zhong Yu's red spider lily's cultivation was so strong was because of the wedding dress demonic art and her terrifying soul charm technique. Sword Demon had always been a difficult person to obtain. Zhong Yu's red spider lily had spent a lot of effort. Until she instigated Sword Demon to offend Ling Xiao, forming a deadly feud with Ling Xiao. Sword Demon was completely tricked by his junior sister. If he chose to help Sword Demon now, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Zhu Wen wasn't that stupid. Thank you, Brother Ing! Sword Demon was touched by Ing Tianxia's words. However, in the next moment, Ing Tianxia's body was sent flying. It wasn't done by Ling Xiao, but by Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Everyone says that Lightning Eagle's red spider lily is a brute. Today, I see that it's true. You want to save him? Aren't you breaking the rules of our Permitha Immortal Island? Ing Tianxia fell to the ground and blood flowed out of his mouth. He didn't regret it, but Zhong Yu's red spider lily's strength really shocked him. Ling Xiao also frowned. Zhong Yu's red spider lily's cultivation was too terrifying. It would be easy for her to be ranked in the top 7 of the 10 Phoenix Sons. The dignified heavenly hero of the Thunder Eagle Phoenix was actually sent flying by this woman with a single move. This was truly terrifying. Senior brother, do you choose to follow me? Or do you choose to be killed by Ling Xiao? Think about it yourself. You should know that my strength is much stronger than that Ling Xiao. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at Sword Demon with a smile. Sword Demon was in complete despair. His face turned green and white. In the end, he said, Junior sister, I agree to sign the martial slave contract with you, but I hope that you can agree to one of my conditions. I'm naturally willing to listen to senior brother's words. Tell me. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly. She looked like a perfect and pure white lotus flower. I hope to fight with Ling Xiao again in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Sword Demon glared at Ling Xiao viciously. His eyes were filled with incomparable viciousness. At this moment, he didn't dare to blame his junior sister. Instead, he vented all his hatred on Ling Xiao. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be like this. Everything was because of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1394. Alright, I promise you. That's not a problem. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly. They didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was air. As long as they made a decision, Ling Xiao could only obey. If you intend to endure this monstrous humiliation and seek revenge from your junior sister, then I will have some admiration for you. But now, in my opinion, you're a complete loser. a piece of trash. You're forced to sign a slave contract, but you don't even have any resentment. Do you only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong? Do you think I'm weaker than your junior sister? If you agree to be her slave, you won't die today, right? Ling Xiao's divine light sword was still stuck in the ground. His face was full of sarcasm and disdain. This guy was really hopeless. The teachers and students of Qingshu College felt extremely ashamed. Why were they ashamed? This was because they felt that they were actually frightened by such a trash. This was really embarrassing. Senior brother, don't worry. Since you've agreed to sign a slave contract with me, I can guarantee that you'll walk out of Qingshu College alive. Ling Xiao doesn't have the ability to kill you. Let's sign the contract now. Zhong Yu's red spider lily took out a coat of arms that looked like a red spider lily. Then, he dripped a drop of his blood on it and handed it to Sword Demon. Sword Demon hesitated for a moment. Then, he bit his finger and dripped his blood on it. A slave contract is signed. Very good. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at the mark on the coat of arms and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Senior brother, let's go. There's still some time before the Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll guide you well. I believe that under my guidance, you'll be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily soon. There's no need to be afraid of him. Thank you, junior sister. Sword Demon nodded. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, You might be laughing at me and think that it's stupid for me to sign a slave contract with my junior sister. However, you don't know that you don't even have the right to do so. In the Dragon Phoenix selection, I'll defeat you and let you taste the pain of failure. Really? Why does it sound like the barking of a drowning dog? Ling Xiao smiled gently and said, Actually, no matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me. Because I said that I would kill you, I must kill you today. The Dragon Phoenix selection? I'm sorry, but you won't have that chance. You and your junior sister have decided everything on your own and don't take me seriously. I can understand this. After all, the people of the opposite bank Immortal Island are all a bunch of arrogant trash. I won't be angry no matter what you say. When you are defeated by my senior brother in the Dragon Phoenix selection, you will know who is right. Actually, Ling Xiao, you are really pitiful. Although you have defeated my senior brother and proved your strength, you still can't avoid death today. Zhong Yu's red spider lily chuckled. Really? Perhaps I will die, but before I do, the sword demon will be one step ahead of me. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he pulled out the divine radiance sword from the ground. He then took a step forward and his body shot out like an arrow. I said, with me around, you won't be able to kill him. Zhong Yu's red spider lily chuckled coldly. A strange black flower bloomed in front of her, emitting a strange fragrance. Lay down the butcher's knife and ascend to paradise early. Her breath smelled like orchids as she uttered a few words. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that Zhong Yu's red spider lily's martial spirit should be something that could cause people to hallucinate. At this moment, it would depend on whether his soul power was strong enough. Holy King's Eye, see through all illusions! The Tai Chi eye rotated and a human figure formed by holy light appeared above Ling Xiao's head. What? Zhong Yu's red spider lily was surprised that someone could break her illusion the first time he saw her martial spirit. But it's useless. Even after breaking the illusion, you're still not my opponent. Zhong Yu's red spider lily slapped out and Ling Xiao's divine radiance sword was extinguished instantly. Ling Xiao was even sent flying for more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. I said you won't be able to kill him. Zhong Yu's red spider lily stood there, graceful and domineering, like a queen. But he's already dead. Ling Xiao smiled and said, There are many ways to kill someone. If I, Ling Xiao, want someone dead, you won't be able to save him. What? Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at the sword demon behind her in shock. There was a black sword pierced through the sword demon's heart. That sword was clearly formed by shadows. My martial slave. Zhong Yu's red spider lily's expression suddenly became ferocious and crazy. She couldn't be blamed for this. Ling Xiao killed the sword demon in front of her. This was an insult to her. An intense insult. Moreover, if the martial slave was killed, the slave master would also be injured. This was another rule of the martial slave contract. Naturally, she hated Ling Xiao to the core. I'll kill you. Zhong Yu's red spider lily no longer had her previous charm or elegance. At this moment, she was like an enraged madwoman. She was furious to the extreme. She approached Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed and attacked Ling Xiao's chest with her palms. She swore that she would kill Ling Xiao in front of all the Qingshu College teachers and students. However, at that moment, an extreme fear rose from the bottom of her heart. She quickly retreated and gave up on attacking. However, her face was still scratched. Although the wound wasn't very serious, it was no different from being disfigured for a woman. Cold Plum, thank you? Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum standing beside him and smiled. Even if Cold Plum didn't attack, he wouldn't die. Although he wasn't a match for Zhong Yu's red spider lily, dodging her attacks wasn't a problem. However, he had to thank her. After all, it was Cold Plum's kindness. Get lost. Qingshu College doesn't welcome you. If you come again, be prepared to lose your life here. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Yu's red spider lily and said coldly, Ling Xiao, just you wait. You know the consequences of offending the red spider lily island. Zhong Yu's red spider lily could feel that she wasn't a match for Cold Plum. Therefore, she could only give up. She turned around and left, taking the sword demon's corpse with her. Let's go. Shu Wen knew that he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, let alone Cold Plum. He went forward to helping Tianxia and left as well. Oh! All the enemies retreated. The teachers and students of Qingshu College let out a deafening cheer. Some people even surrounded Ling Xiao and threw him into the air. For them, Ling Xiao wasn't just the most outstanding and powerful disciple of the younger generation of Qingshu College. He was also their savior. However, a gust of wind blew in the darkness. A shadow quickly approached Ling Xiao. The situation was chaotic. Even if there was one more person, no one would notice. Chapter 1395. The scene was too chaotic, and there were too many people. What was more, the killer had obviously received special training and his martial soul should be the wind martial soul. He was best at avoiding crowds and sneaking up on enemies. However, when the black shadow was 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, his body was pierced by a branch and he fled in a hurry. This branch was shot out from a distance of several hundred meters. It was the liquor demon's sword who shot it. How dare you sneak up on the person I want to protect under my nose? Go back and tell your master that you'd better not do it again. Otherwise I'll kill you! Wind Demon looked at the bloody hole in his body and listened to the voice that came directly into his mind. He was terrified. That Ling Xiao! Who is that guy? Why is he protected by such a master? Even the liquor demon's sword helped him? Most of the teachers and students of Qingshu College who were celebrating did not notice this scene. Only Ling Xiao and Cold Plum looked in the direction of the killer's escape and then looked in the direction of the liquor demon's sword. They looked at each other and were a little confused. What they were puzzled about was why the demon wine's sword, who was a complete stranger to them, would help them. You don't have to be confused. I have some connections with Ji Lingwei. I couldn't save her in the past, but today, I won't let her brother be killed. But you, don't rely on my protection and do whatever you want. After that, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum found the liquor demon's sword and wanted to ask him face to face. And the liquor demon's sword also answered without hiding anything. Senior, what do you mean by doing whatever you want? Ling Xiao asked. Like the liquor demon's sword, provoking others for no reason. You are good. Although you seem to make trouble, you are reasonable and do things like your sister. I admire you very much. The liquor demon's sword smiled and said, As long as others provoke you first, you can take revenge. If something happens, I will take care of it for you. Senior, why are you so good to me? Ling Xiao was puzzled. On the one hand, it's because of your sister. On the other hand, it's because of your sister. The liquor demon's sword smiled and said, Senior, can you tell me directly? Ling Xiao asked. You are Ji Lingyue's younger brother. We used to be childhood sweethearts. You can be considered half a brother-in-law. It's my duty to protect you. That's one of them. The liquor demon's sword said. Secondly, in my opinion, your talent is stronger than mine and Ji Lingyue's, so you are the key to saving Ji Lingyue. I must protect you. Senior, you must be joking. You're a Yin-Yang realm expert. If you can't save my sister, how can I? Ling Xiao asked again. With your talent, you have a higher chance of stepping into the rebirth realm. The wine demon's sword sighed and said, I'm just looking forward to it. Your sister was harmed by evil people in the past, but she managed to escape. However, just as she left the wolf's den, it's like a tiger's den. Even I can't enter this tiger's den. Only if one's cultivation reaches the rebirth realm would there be a chance. Rebirth mirror. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue. He was only in the grotto heaven realm now. He had worked hard to reach it. He hadn't even reached the Yin-Yang realm yet. To reach the Yin-Yang realm, one had to break through the 18 levels of hell and cultivate to the 18 levels. Only then could one break through to the rebirth realm. To him, this was simply like a dream. Can't do it? The wine demon's sword asked. No, I can do it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, For my sister, I must do it. Hearing this, the liquor demon's sword smiled. He suddenly said very gently, When your sister was 12 years old, you were only a few years old. She was very protective of you. Although you might not have those memories, if your sister knew that you still think of her in your heart, she would definitely be very happy. In Ling Xiao's memory, even the images of his parents were very faint, let alone his sister, Ji Lingyue. However, the relationship between family members could not be cut off. Even if they were not blood-related, they were still very close. Senior, do you know why those guys came to Qingshu College this time? Ling Xiao felt that the wine demon's sword must know more. It's very simple. They want to kill you. Of course, at the same time, they want to alert the enemy and find a way to find out who is behind you. The wine demon's sword smiled and said, Have you heard of the Board of Patriarchs? No. Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly remembered that Steward Jia said the word, board, before he died. Could it be related to the Board of Patriarchs? The Board of Patriarchs has always been the most powerful organization in the Divine Phoenix continent. The wine demon's sword explained. However, I am not very clear about who exactly it is made up of. I only know that the Board of Patriarchs existed long before your parents came to the Divine Phoenix continent. They were even the driving force behind your parents helping the Divine Phoenix continent quell the war. So powerful? Ling Xiao's frown deepened. You don't have to worry too much. No matter how powerful the Board of Patriarchs is, the strongest warrior is only at the Yin-Yang realm. Their chief should be about the same strength as me, maybe a little more powerful. The wine demon's sword saw Ling Xiao's frown and could not help but comfort him. Senior, thank you for telling me such important information. Ling Xiao was very clear that he had most likely offended the Board of Patriarchs. The Vermilion Bird Phoenix Sun, Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun, and Sword Phoenix Sun were even sent by them. Fortunately, the strongest chief of the Board of Patriarchs was only about the same strength as the Wine Demon's sword. In his opinion, the Wine Demon's sword was still inferior to the Moon Lady. Since that was the case, he should be safe for the time being. However, it was only temporary. Warriors who reached the cultivation of the Wine Demon's sword and the Moon Lady could break through at any time. Once they broke through and reached the Rebirth realm, they could basically crush Yin-Yang realm warriors. At that time, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, what Ling Xiao could do now was to raise his cultivation as much as possible so that he would not be a burden to the Moon Lady. At the same time, he had to constantly find ways and things to help the Moon Lady raise her cultivation. As long as the Moon Lady reached the Rebirth realm, everything would be fine. Alright, I have a few friends to drink with today, so I won't talk to you anymore. If there's anything, I'll look for you. The wine demon's sword smiled and soared into the sky, turning into a sword beam. It was truly carefree. Just as Ling Xiao and the wine demon's sword were talking. On an island thousands of miles away, the same conversation was also happening. The island was vast and was very rich. It was not inferior to the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, no one dared to casually invade such a rich land. That was because this island was one of the 5 Immortal Islands, the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. The Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was built by the Ji family during the first rebellion of the True Demon's Empire. However, its strength was stronger than the Sacred Dynasty of the Sky Dragon continent. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei had also stayed here before. They were deeply impressed by the beautiful scenery and rich resources. They had originally planned to settle down here. However, Ji Lingyue's matter forced them to leave. Chapter 1396. At this moment, in a luxurious building built by the seaside on the island, a few people were drinking tea and chatting. The one in the lead had white hair and beard, but his eyebrows were bright, and he had white hair and a youthful face. He sat there, emitting a powerful aura. It was obvious that he was an expert. The rest of the people, either sitting or standing, were all very respectful to this old man. "Father, it's been 15 years. Divine Phoenix Empire doesn't seem to be peaceful again." One of the middle-aged men dressed as a scholar lightly tapped the book on his knee and said indifferently, "Yes, it's been 15 years. In the Dragon Phoenix selection 15 years ago, Ji Lingyue became the big winner. Everyone thought that she would become a peerless expert, but a month after the Dragon Phoenix selection ended, she mysteriously disappeared." The old man sighed and said helplessly, "What's there to pity about her disappearance? After all, she can't be used by me." That middle-aged scholar said disdainfully, "Recently, another peerless genius has appeared in Divine Phoenix Empire. His actions are as fearless as that Ji Lingyue." "That kid called Ling Xiao?" The old man smiled and said, "The last time I went to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, that old thing Chang'e ancestor even praised that kid to me. He was the champion of the alchemy conference. Even if he's not good in martial arts, just his alchemy skills alone are enough to attract people to pursue him." "Father, what should we do? Should we rope this person in?" the middle-aged scholar asked. "Let's get in touch with him first. I heard that this kid's ambition is not small. He actually founded the Heavenly Empire. Where does he place our sacred dynasty?" The old man said indifferently, "Try not to offend him first. Let's wait and see. If we really can't rope him in, then get rid of him. A genius who can't be used by me, if he's too strong, it's a little worrying." "Understood." The middle-aged scholar nodded and said, "Oh right, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time is different from the past. It's on the same scale as the previous 5 Immortals gathering. Our sacred dynasty Immortal Island has been dormant for so many years. It's time to reveal our strength." The old man suddenly changed the topic. "Father, I plan to send the top 10 disciples of the Immortal Island to the Dragon Phoenix selection. What do you think?" the middle-aged scholar asked. "Quality is more important than quantity. Let's send the top 3. Also, call Huang Tian, who is traveling around the White Tiger continent, back. With him around, we will have a greater chance of success. Although the Dragon Phoenix selection is nothing, we will have to face the 4 nations and 1 sect of the White Tiger continent in the upcoming White Tiger meet. We cannot underestimate it." The old man pondered for a moment before he said, "Not to mention that the marriage between Huang Tian and Luo Yu should be held soon, right? It'll help strengthen the relationship between our sacred dynasty's Immortal Isle and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Ji clan." "That's true. Not only is Luo Yu Ji Qing's daughter, but she's also the disciple of the Medicine King, Sun Sa. As long as our Emperor Sky can come out on top in the Dragon Phoenix selection, we can rightfully propose marriage," the middle-aged scholar said happily. "Ji Huangtian, an incomparably tyrannical name. He was also the most outstanding descendant of the sacred dynasty's immortal island. There wasn't a single member of the Ji family who didn't want to revive the sacred dynasty. The Ji family of the sacred dynasty's fairy island. Righteous Alliance's Ji family. Both the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Ji family had such ambitions. And from the looks of it, although their choices were different, they were all trying their best to nurture their own descendant. Ji Huangtian was the pride of the sacred dynasty's immortal isle and also the hope of the sacred dynasty's revival. Perhaps that celestial emperor, Ling Xiao, would become his whetstone. Master, someone wants to see you. After Ling Xiao sent off the demon liquor sword, he went back to cultivate. This time, if it weren't for those 3 idiots who came to cause trouble, he wouldn't have come out of seclusion. After about a day and a night, he finally came out of his cultivation state. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. Although the realms of the Divine Light Sword and Demon Darkness Sword didn't increase, he had a deeper understanding. It was easier to change between the Rising Sun transformation and the Blazing Sun transformation. The Sky Demon Exterminating Body and Sky Demon Exterminating Heart could even be used together to increase the power greatly. Just as he came out, he heard Cold Plum's voice. "Who's looking for me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "It's me." Not waiting for Cold Plum to answer, a lively female voice sounded. Ji Luoyu smiled as she walked in from outside and said, "Big Brother Ling, it's really hard to invite a noble person. I've sent 3 waves of people in a row and still couldn't see your face. So I could only come personally. So it's Lady Luoyu. What are you looking for me for?" Ling Zhao's impression of Ji Luoyu was still at the Pill Refining Conference in the city of Sin. Although this Ji Luoyu was Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, her personality was completely different from her master. Sun Sa, that old man, was despicable and shameless, while Ji Luoyu did things her own way and was very upright. On the contrary, she was very similar to her father, Ji Qing. Adding on the fact that Ji Qing had helped him back then, therefore his impression of Ji Luoyu was rather good. "Why would I look for you when I have nothing to do?" Ji Luoyu stuck out her tongue and said, "Recently, Master has been very close to the people from the Ice Phoenix clan and Phoenix Academy. During this period, he has talked about you many times. You have to be careful. He is a vengeful person. Back then in the city of Sin, you didn't give him any face. He won't say anything now, but once he has the chance, he won't let you go. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Luoyu. Cold Plum, please prepare the tea." Ling Xiao had also just finished cultivating and happened to have nothing to do. Since Ji Luoyu personally came over, he couldn't not give her any face. If they wanted to chat, then so be it. Who knows, he might even be able to get some useful information out of her. Cold Plum went to boil the tea. Ji Luoyu walked in the room and raised her head to see a painting hanging on the wall. The woman in the painting was cold and elegant, emitting an elegant celestial aura. She was really like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Ji Luoyu couldn't help but become infatuated. "This is Her Highness the Moon Maiden?" Ji Luoyu asked. "That's right. I personally drew it. Not bad, right?" Ling Xiao smiled. "You actually know how to draw?" Ji Luoyu asked in surprise. "Could it be that in your eyes I am a brute who only knows how to fight and kill all day long?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I know a little about drawing, calligraphy, and carving. It's just that I am better at drawing. Actually, I don't need to learn them. Sometimes, when I can't understand a problem in martial arts, I use them to help me comprehend it. Is it useful? Of course it's useful. Don't think that these are all ordinary arts. If you put your soul into them, you can really comprehend a lot." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Many martial arts in the immemorial era were actually extracted from the most ordinary life arts. For example, you can comprehend the snake fist, crane fist, and so on by observing the battle of animals. If you combine them with a matching martial soul, their power is boundless. After hearing what you said, it's true." Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao with interest. She seemed to be full of interest in everything Ling Xiao said. The more the two talked, the more engrossed they became. They talked from drawing to refining medicine, from refining medicine to martial arts. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. At this moment, a group of young people suddenly gathered outside Qingshu College. These people didn't come to trouble Ling Xiao, but to chase Ji Luoyu. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.